Chapter 1503. She held a halberd in her hand and wore snow-white clothes. The expressions of Night God and the others instantly became solemn when they saw her. The woman who had just appeared was extraordinarily strong. Night God fell silent while she felt extremely shocked in her heart. Are there so many experts in this era? Wu Li had an extremely solemn expression on his face as well. At this moment he finally understood why she didn't just kill Yi Xian. The experts behind Yi Xian are stronger than the last. The mysterious woman gazed at Lady and grinned. "Long time no see, Lady." Lady glanced at the door of misfortune, and then she gazed at the mysterious woman. "What exactly do you intend to do?" The mysterious woman smiled. "It's very obvious." Lady shook her head. "Do we really have to go to such an extent?" She grinned. "It's meaningless to speak of all of that now." Lady pointed her halberd at the mysterious woman. "Then let's fight." "Let's fight." Her voice rumbled like thunder while her imposing aura shot into the sky. The mysterious woman shook her head and smiled. "I'm not your enemy." As soon as she finished speaking, Tree Boundless appeared in front of Lady. Lady gazed at Tree Boundless. "You know Tianming's temper." Tree Boundless laughed coldly. "Worse comes to worse than death." Lady nodded. "Then bring it on." As soon as she finished speaking, the halberd in her hand suddenly stabbed forward. The space in front of Tree Boundless split apart as a bone-piercing cold halberd stabbed towards her. A wisp of a cold smile curled up on the corners of Tree Boundless' mouth. She waved her hand, and then countless vines swept out from the space in front of her. In an instant the halberd was coiled by the vines. Meanwhile, Lady suddenly shook the halberd in her hand. Bang! Countless vines were instantly transformed into pieces while Tree Boundless retreated explosively by 3 kilometers. As soon as she stopped moving, the space behind Tree Boundless shattered into pieces. A ferocious expression flashed through her eyes as she took a step forward, stretched out her right hand, and then made a light gesture. In an instant, countless vines sprayed out from the space around Lady, and they were like numerous pythons that stretched towards Lady. Besides that, a strand of formidable and mysterious energy enveloped Lady, and it was like a cage that firmly locked down the space around Lady. Tree Domain. Within the tree domain, the power of the tree vines increased by several times. Not only that, but the tree domain also had a powerful suppressive force. Lady slowly closed her eyes, and a moment of silence ensued before she took a step forward and stabbed with her halberd. "Halt the blade." As her voice fell, the space around her suddenly became illusory. Following that, the tree vines began to crack inch by inch, and the boundless tree domain also disappeared bit by bit. This tree domain could not withstand the power of her halberd. At this moment, Tree Boundless suddenly disappeared. A green light flashed, tearing through everything. Lady's beautiful brows knit together slightly, and then she suddenly leaped up and slashed down with her halberd. Boom! An expanse of green light suddenly shattered, and then a figure retreated explosively. This retreat was over 10 kilometers away. It was the boundless tree. The mysterious woman below grinned. As expected of Lady. As she spoke, she looked at boundless tree. "Just hold her back." Tree Boundless stared fixedly at Lady, and her expression grew even more ferocious. She spread her hands open and said, "Come." As soon as the voice fell, the world below suddenly trembled. After receiving the summons of the Tree Boundless, countless leaves gathered from the world like a tide. Wherever the leaves passed, the entire space was torn apart inch by inch. The Tao City below was instantly torn to pieces. Fortunately, the people in the Tao City had already been evacuated by the White Emperor. Otherwise, who knew how many people in the Tao City would have died? Everyone here was visibly moved as they gazed at the endless leaves. Lady's expression was calm as she took a step forward, and then she swung her halberd forward. This attack caused the space before her to collapse inch by inch, and so did the countless leaves. However, the leaves seemed as if they were endless, and she couldn't sever them all no matter how hard she tried. However, the leaves were unable to harm Lady as well. Lady had always maintained the upper hand in their battle, but her expression was growing more and more solemn. Because a bloody mark had appeared on her palm at an unknown time. Moreover, the bloody mark was getting deeper and more numerous. It was the thread of karma. As soon as these bloody marks appeared, she felt like some sort of force was slowly restraining her. She knew that she had to end the battle as soon as possible. However, even she wasn't able to kill Tree Boundless in a short period of time. The mysterious woman withdrew her gaze and then she gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. "It's best for you to enter right now. Otherwise someone will die in a moment." Yi Xian gazed at the door of blood. He felt quite panicked when it appeared here, and he wasn't just panicked, he felt terror as well. It was terror that he couldn't restrain. He'd never had such a feeling in the past. He knew that once he stepped foot into the door, then he would be doomed. The mysterious woman grinned. If you don't enter, then the entire fifth dimension will be buried with you. Because the calamity of this door is about to form, and your universe won't be able to endure it once it does. Yi Xian gazed at her while he held tightly onto the supreme sword in his right hand. He didn't want to accept his fate just like that. The mysterious woman smiled and said, I know that your physical body has just broken through, and your strength is several times stronger than before. Furthermore, there's still that life fist. However, I can tell you that even if you burn all of your lifespan, your life fist won't be able to threaten me. Not to mention you, even if the Dao Sect's ancestor is here, his life fist won't be able to do anything to me. If you enter, I'll take this door away without harming the fifth dimension. However, if you resist with all your might and summon the power of faith, then once the calamity is formed, the fifth dimension will be destroyed in an instant. At that time, you won't be the only one to die, but everyone. Calamity, calamity, whoever helps you will be haunted by the calamity. Do you understand? Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He didn't want to accept his fate, but he also didn't want to bring everyone around him to die with him. At this moment, a hand suddenly grabbed his hand. Yi Xian opened his eyes and looked beside him. It was Nian Yan. Nian Yan smiled. It's not the most desperate time yet. Yi Xian was stunned, and then he said, Sister Nian? Nian Yan smiled and said, yes. Yi Xian smiled and asked, when did you recover your memories? Nian Yan licked the candied fruit. It's been some time. However, due to some reasons I could only seal my memories. Yi Xian asked, the cause of calamity? Nian Yan nodded. Yes. As she said that, she looked at the mysterious woman in the distance. You really went big. You even attracted this thing. The mysterious woman looked at Mu Nian Yan and said with a smile, Miss Nian Yan, you still chose to make a move in the end. Mu Nian Yan laughed. I didn't want to make a move at first, but I can't just watch you force him to his death like this. As she said that, she put away the candied fruit and said with a smile, you should have made thorough preparations. Tell me, are you my opponent or someone else? The mysterious woman smiled and said, no one else is your match. Mu Nian Yan blinked. So let's play? To be honest, I really want to fight you. After all, you're also known to be invincible under 3 swords. To be honest, I'm not convinced. The mysterious woman smiled and said, I also want to fight you. However, you're not my opponent. Nian Yan glanced at the people behind the mysterious woman and said with a smile, they're not my match. Night God suddenly stood up. He looked at Nian Yan and said with a smile, aren't you being a little too arrogant? Nian Yan opened her palm and a sword appeared in her hand. The next moment she slashed out with her sword. It was a very casual slash. In the distance, Night God's pupils suddenly constricted. He punched out and space distorted under his punch. Boom. As a sword beam exploded, Night God retreated tens of thousands of feet away. Nian Yan waved the sword in her hand and the corners of her mouth curled up. Is it wrong to say that you're weak? Night God stared at Mu Nian Yan and was about to attack again when the mysterious woman suddenly said, you're not her match. Night God gazed at the mysterious woman, and the mysterious woman smiled, she's the 4th sword of the world. Night God didn't attack again because his right arm had split open, and a powerful strand of sword energy was raging within his body. He had to suppress the remaining sword energy within his body. Mu Nian Yan gazed at the mysterious woman and smiled, if all the people you found are like this, then I'm quite disappointed. The mysterious woman smiled, you can play with the cause of disaster. As soon as she finished speaking, the door of disaster suddenly trembled violently. A moment later, a blood-red bolt of lightning shot out, and its target was Mu Nian Yan. Mu Nian Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as she slashed down with her sword. Boom. An expanse of sword energy shattered, and Mu Nian Yan was blasted back by 3 kilometers. Yi Xian's face sank when he saw this. What exactly is the door of disaster? Mu Nian Yan glanced at the door of misfortune. In the next moment, she suddenly vanished and a ray of light flashed by. The sword was like a clap of thunder. Before anyone could react, a ray of sword energy slashed down on the door of disaster. Boom. The door of disaster shook violently and a wave of blood-red light shot out. Rumble. The sword energy shattered, and Mu Nian Yan returned to her original position. The door of disaster was not damaged at all. Around Mu Nian Yan, a dozen or so blood-red threads appeared. These threads were extremely strange. Lines of disaster karma. These lines of disaster karma wrapped around Moon Yin Yin, and she discovered that the vitality in her body was slowly disappearing. Not only that, but the spiritual energy around her was also moving away from her. The entire world was rejecting her. Moon Yin Yin frowned slightly. She was a fifth dimension Tendo. Logically speaking, the spiritual energy of the fifth dimension should not be rejecting her. After all, she was a fifth dimension Tendo. But at this moment, not only was the spiritual energy rejecting her, but even the world was rejecting her. Moon Yin Yin slowly closed her eyes. She opened her palms and countless rays of sword energy crisscrossed around her. Ear-piercing sounds of slicing resounded incessantly around Moon Yin Yin. The space around her had been torn apart and erased, but the lines of disaster karma still existed. However, the lines of disaster karma had become slightly dimmer. The mysterious woman in the distance had a rare trace of seriousness in her eyes when she witnessed this scene. She knew how terrifying the lines of disaster karma were, but Moon Yin Yin's sword was actually able to affect them. Moon Yin Yin frowned deeply when she saw that her sword was unable to slice through the lines of disaster karma. She was just about to attack again when the mysterious woman suddenly said, "The more you attack, the more lines of disaster karma there will be, and the faster you'll die." Besides that woman, no one can resist these lines of disaster karma. Moon Yin Yin gazed at the mysterious woman. "I thought you would fight me." The mysterious woman smiled. "I'm not afraid of you, but I didn't come here today to spar with you." As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian. "The calamity is about to form. If you don't go in now, then once it forms, the might of the calamity can easily destroy the entire fifth dimension tens of thousands of times. Even Miss Nian Yin won't be able to resist the calamity." Yi Xian gazed at the door of disaster. A blood-red cloud had appeared in the sky above the door of disaster, and countless blood-red strands of lightning were gradually gathering within the cloud. "The calamity," Moon Yin Yin suddenly said, "you've joined forces with the cause of disaster." The mysterious woman shook her head. "Actually, I don't know what the cause of disaster is. I only know that when I go against Yi Xian, it will secretly help me. I tried to contact it earlier, but I never expected that it would actually respond and bring me this door of disaster." As she spoke, she gazed at Yi Xian and smiled. "It seems that the cause of disaster really wants to kill you. And now, whoever helps you will suffer from the backlash of the cause of disaster." Yi Xian glanced at Moon Yin Yin. At this moment, an endless amount of death chi had appeared in Moon Yin Yin's body. Not only that, but a lot of turbid chi had also appeared in the fifth dimension. It was unknown where this turbid chi had come from. It was as if it had appeared out of thin air. This turbid chi was slowly corroding the origin of the fifth dimension. The mysterious woman looked at Yi Xian. "Yi Xian, if you don't go in, you will implicate everyone. Anyone related to you, as long as they help you, will die without a doubt. Also, it's best if you don't use the power of faith. Otherwise, everyone in the fifth dimension who believes in you will suffer the calamity." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. "I'm only in the Dao realm. Do you have to go so far?" The mysterious woman shook her head. "You have too many helpers. Even if the plain-dressed woman doesn't make a move, I won't be able to defeat the people below if they join hands." Yi Xian looked at the door of disaster. At this moment, Moon Yin Yin suddenly pulled Yi Xian's hand. "Don't surrender so easily." Yi Xian shook his head. "I don't want to implicate you. Especially you." Moon Yin Yin smiled. "Between us, why talk about implicating me? Isn't your problem my problem?" Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "Sister Nian?" At this moment, the mysterious woman suddenly said, "Yi Xian, you don't have much time left." Yi Xian looked at the mysterious woman, and the mysterious woman smiled. "Don't have any delusions. I said before, I am invincible under the three swords." "Who do you think you are? Are you worthy of being called invincible under the three swords?" A voice suddenly came from the distant starry sky. The next moment, the space in the depths of the starry sky cracked, and a powerful aura swept over. "P.S. The eruption has been delayed. Big brother, uncle, please be gentle with your scolding. I'm very sorry." Chapter 1504. Another expert had appeared. Night God and the others who stood by the mysterious woman's side turned to look towards the depths of the starry sky. A ray of light suddenly appeared there, and then the entire starry sky was torn apart. A sword instantly arrived above the mysterious woman's head, and then it descended in a straight line. Space shattered inch by inch at the moment the sword descended, and a powerful strand of sword energy shook the starry sky, causing the entire starry sky to crack inch by inch. It was an extremely shocking scene. The mysterious woman laughed with ridicule. You're still so arrogant. When the sword arrived 30 m away from her head, she suddenly shot into the sky and smashed her fist against it. Sky split punch. The sword shattered and the starry sky was obliterated by a single punch. Meanwhile, another ray of light slashed down. The mysterious woman smashed her fist forward again. Rumble. She instantly retreated explosively by over 3 kilometers in the face of this attack. A woman in a white robe stood where the mysterious woman had been standing just now. The white-robed woman stood there with a sword in hand, and her gaze was icy cold. The expressions of Night God and the others instantly became extremely solemn when they saw the white-robed woman. Another extraordinary expert has arrived. Moreover, it's a swordsman. Night God took a deep glance at Yi Xian who stood nearby. Exactly how many helpers does he have? The white-robed woman turned to look at Yi Xian, and her expression instantly became savage when she saw the blood-red karmic threads that covered Yi Xian's body. She turned to look at the mysterious woman in the distance. That damnable woman! As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly vanished. In the instant that the white-robed woman disappeared, Mu Yin also disappeared. The two of them had attacked together. It was obvious that they intended to kill the mysterious woman first. Mu Yin and Tu were the best swordsmen in the world. So, how terrifying would their joint forces be? A cold smile arose on the corners of the mysterious woman's mouth as soon as the two women vanished, and then she took a step forward. The space around her instantly seethed, and then she clenched her right fist tightly before a strand of ghastly green flames swept out from it. A moment of silence ensued before she suddenly smashed her fist forward. Boom! The space around her was set ablaze, and a force capable of destroying heaven and earth instantly devoured the two sword lights. However, in the blink of an eye, she had retreated hundreds of thousands of feet away. When she stopped, there was a deep sword mark between her eyebrows and her throat. However, the two sword scars were recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. In less than a breath's time, the two sword scars had disappeared without a trace. The expressions of everyone in the surroundings had become solemn when they witnessed this scene. Yi Xian was also a little shocked. Was the undying bloodline so terrifying? Nian Yin and the white-robed Qing'er swords couldn't kill her? Was it true that only 3 strikes could kill her in 1 strike? The white-robed woman looked at the mysterious woman without saying anything. No one knew what she was thinking. Mu Yin suddenly said, "Her bloodline is a little strange." The white-robed woman was expressionless. Undying bloodline. As she spoke, she looked at Yi Xian, the activated mad demon bloodline. "I'm going to use my bloodline to suppress hers." Yi Xian shook his head. "I can't sense the mad demon bloodline anymore." The white-robed woman was slightly puzzled. Why? Yi Xian looked at the mysterious woman in the distance. It was sealed by her. When he spoke up to this point, he was slightly angry. This woman had planned this from the very beginning when she first found him. The white-robed woman appeared by Yi Xian's side, and she placed her right hand on Yi Xian's shoulder. After a short moment, she frowned. Mu Yin asked, "Can it be undone?" The white-robed woman shook her head. "You can't force it. Otherwise the two bloodlines will clash and he will die." As she spoke, she turned to look at the mysterious woman in the distance. Sealing his bloodline will make it have one less natural enemy. Moreover, it will make it so that the man can't sense his condition. What a good plan. The mysterious woman smiled. "Too, after so many years, you still have such a bad temper." The white-robed woman did not speak any nonsense. She suddenly disappeared. In the distance, the mysterious woman stood in the same place. She did not dodge. In the blink of an eye, the white-robed woman appeared several dozen feet behind her. There was a blood-red sword hole between the mysterious woman's eyebrows. But in the blink of an eye, that blood-red sword hole disappeared. It was directly restored. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's face sank. This woman could not be killed. The mysterious woman suddenly disappeared. In the distance, the white-robed woman suddenly turned around and slashed down with her sword. Bang! Along with the sound of an explosion, a fiery light suddenly erupted in front of the white-robed woman. The white-robed woman retreated several dozen feet. She had just stopped when the space in front of her suddenly split open, and a fist mark came straight at her. The white-robed woman stabbed out with her sword. Bang! The fist mark directly shattered. The white-robed woman retreated several dozen feet. She had just stopped when a flaming fist mark suddenly fell straight down from the top of her head. The white-robed woman's mouth curled into a sinister smile. She held her sword and suddenly soared into the sky. Boom! A sword howl reverberated through the starry sky. A strand of dazzling flame and sword energy suddenly exploded in the starry sky, and then powerful sword energy and flames instantly swept through the starry sky. At this moment, the entire starry sky seethed and gradually became illusory. Moon Yin suddenly vanished on the spot, and then a strand of sword energy tore through the sky. At this moment, she would naturally not allow the white-robed woman to have a fair battle with the mysterious woman. After all, this wasn't a spar. At the instant that Moon Yin attacked, the door of misfortune suddenly shook violently. In the next moment, a blood-red bolt of divine lightning shot explosively towards Moon Yin. Moon Yin's eyes narrowed slightly, and then she followed up with a slash with her sword. The starry sky was torn apart, and then a ray of sword energy struck the blood-red bolt of divine lightning. Bang! The ray of sword energy shattered, and Moon Yin instantly retreated 3 kilometers. However, the blood-red bolt of divine lightning didn't vanish, and it shot straight towards Moon Yin. Wherever the blood-red divine lightning passed, space was directly erased. It was obliterated. Everyone in the surroundings was visibly moved when they witnessed this scene. After all, how formidable was the force required to obliterate an expanse of space? Moon Yin slowly closed her eyes. When the blood-red bolt of divine lightning arrived in front of her, she suddenly opened her eyes, and then the sword in her hand trembled violently. She took a step forward and slashed with her sword. As soon as her sword descended, an expanse of sword energy slashed directly against the blood-red bolt of divine lightning. Bang! The ray of sword energy forcefully stopped the blood-red bolt of divine lightning on the spot. However, it didn't shatter into pieces. Conversely, the ray of sword energy grew more and more illusory. Moon Yin slashed once more, and a ray of sword energy slashed against the blood-red bolt of divine lightning. However, it still didn't vanish. Conversely, her ray of sword energy was instantly devoured. After it devoured Moon Yin's ray of sword energy, the bolt of divine lightning suddenly transformed into countless bolts of lightning that shot towards Moon Yin. Moon Yin's brows knit together slightly. She was just about to attack when over a dozen blood-red threads appeared around her. As soon as these blood-red threads appeared, the vitality within her body instantly vanished at a visible speed. Even her sword energy couldn't resist it. Meanwhile, Yi Xian appeared in front of Moon Yin, and a ferocious expression flashed through his eyes before he slashed with his sword. Rumble. The ray of sword energy was instantly obliterated. At the same time, Yi Xian was blasted over 10 kilometers away, and his body had even become pitch black. He'd been charred by the lightning. His immortal stage Taoist body was as fragile as a piece of paper under the blood-red divine thunder. If it weren't for his immortal bloodline, his body would have been completely annihilated even if his divine soul didn't perish. However, the blood-red divine lightning still hadn't vanished, and it had arrived in front of Yi Xian. Yi Xian's pupils constricted, and he was just about to attack again when Moon Yin appeared in front of him. Moon Yin took her sword with both hands and slashed it forward. Bang! An expanse of ray of sword energy instantly enveloped the blood-red divine lightning, and it was instantly forced to stop. However, it didn't vanish. Conversely, Moon Yin's ray of sword energy was being devoured bit by bit. At this moment, the space around Moon Yin had become pitch black. It was death energy. It was an unusual form of death energy, because there were threads of blood-red threads within the death energy. The death energy was gradually corroding Moon Yin's body. It wasn't just Moon Yin, lady who was fighting Shu Wubian in the distance was surrounded by the death energy as well. Besides that, the entire starry sky was filled with all sorts of muddy energy. As for the layer of clouds in the sky above the door of misfortune, they had turned blood red and lightning flickered within them. Yi Xian gazed at the white-robed woman and the mysterious woman. They were still locked in battle, but the white-robed woman wasn't gaining any advantage. Because the mysterious woman really couldn't be killed. Even if the white-robed woman slit her throat with her sword, she still wouldn't die. Presently, both of them could be said to be on par. But if this continued, the mysterious woman would definitely gain the upper hand. Because karmic calamity threads had appeared around the white-robed woman as well, and there were over 100 of them. Yi Xian suddenly said, "Qing, The white-robed woman suddenly stopped, and then she turned around to gaze at Yi Xian. "I'm here." Yi Xian shook his head and walked over to the white-robed woman. When he saw the karmic calamity threads coiling around her, he felt an indescribable pain in his heart. "I'm sorry." The white-robed woman looked straight at Yi Xian. "I'm here, nothing will happen. Not unless I die." Yi Xian was about to speak, but at this moment, countless blood-red bolts of divine lightning suddenly appeared in the sky above the door of misfortune. The mysterious woman suddenly said, Yi Xian, if you don't go in, the divine lightning will destroy the entire fifth dimension. Whether it's my Qing or Moon Yin Yin, they won't be able to resist it. Not only them but everyone related to them will die. As she spoke, she glanced at the door of misfortune, and a rare trace of seriousness flashed through her eyes. In fact, the might of the door of misfortune had exceeded her expectations. She couldn't control the door of misfortune at this moment, because even she couldn't resist the tribulation of misfortune. The white-robed woman looked at the mysterious woman and was about to attack again. The mysterious woman smiled. You can't kill me. If you continue fighting, you'll definitely die. Moreover, haven't you noticed? The more you attack, the stronger the door of misfortune becomes. The white-robed woman looked at the door of misfortune. At this moment, the door of misfortune was emanating an extremely terrifying pressure, and this pressure caused even her heart to palpitate. The door of misfortune was growing stronger and stronger. The white-robed woman slowly closed her eyes. Her right hand tightly clenched the sword in her hand, and the sword trembled as it accumulated power. After a short while, the white-robed woman raised her head and looked towards the depths of the starry sky. She knew that only that woman could resist the door of misfortune. But what about that woman? Wasn't she resisting the cause of misfortune? At this moment, the door of misfortune suddenly trembled violently. In the next moment, the blood-red divine lightning above it became violent, and the entire fifth dimension started to be destroyed inch by inch. The expressions of everyone present changed when they witnessed this scene. Even the mysterious woman's eyes were filled with a solemn expression. She sensed danger. Actually, she was extremely shocked right now. She knew that she'd severely underestimated the cause of misfortune until now. At this moment, she finally understood why the woman in a plain dress had resisted the cause of misfortune for Yi Xian. If the woman in a plain dress hadn't been standing in front of him, then Yi Xian wouldn't have been able to survive even if he had 100 lives. Right at this moment, the blood-red divine lightning above the door of misfortune suddenly spread outwards, and it was about to leave the layer of clouds. Once it left the layer of clouds, then not only would the fifth dimension be instantly destroyed, even Moon Yin Yin and Tu might not be able to survive. The mysterious woman was retreating in the distance. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly gazed at the mysterious woman and smiled. Since you want me dead so badly, then I'll fulfill your wish. As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that shot into the door of misfortune. The expressions of Tu and Moon Yin Yin instantly changed drastically when they witnessed this scene. They wanted to stop him, but it was too late. Because Yi Xian was truly too close to the door of misfortune. Just as the two ladies were about to stop him, Yi Xian had already entered the door of adversity. The moment he entered the door of adversity, a beam of golden light suddenly shone from the starry sky. Holy shit, young master, don't be rash. As soon as the voice resounded, a ray of golden light followed Yi Xian into the door of misfortune. A horrified voice suddenly resounded from within the door of misfortune. Fuck. Let me out. The entire door of misfortune trembled violently, and then the karmic threads of misfortune in the surroundings suddenly surged back into the door of misfortune like tidewater. Besides that, the blood-red divine lightning instantly surged into the door of misfortune as well. The white-robed woman and Moon Yin Yin didn't even hesitate to charge into the door of misfortune. At this moment, they felt as if they'd been struck by lightning. Right when they approached the door of misfortune, it suddenly closed, and then it transformed into a blood-red screen of light that vanished into the starry sky. The white-robed woman's pupils constricted, and she swiftly clawed forward. Come back. As soon as her voice resounded, an enormous hand suddenly pierced through the starry sky and appeared in the deepest depths of the starry sky. However, the enormous hand had just appeared when it was instantly shattered by a ray of blood-red light. Moreover, the door of misfortune had vanished completely. The white-robed woman's face instantly turned pale when she witnessed this scene. Moon Yin Yin's face was pale as a sheet as well. Meanwhile, two women suddenly walked over from afar. One of them was Enlancio. At this moment, Enlancio seemed as if she'd lost her soul as she walked slowly. There was another woman standing by Enlancio's side. She wore a white dress and wore a veil over her face. The mysterious woman glanced at the veiled woman who just appeared and smiled. Miss Ding. We're too late. Yi Xian will definitely die, and Tianming will definitely not choose to live alone. All of them will die. We'll all die together. As she spoke, she took a deep breath and seemed extremely pleased. Miss Ding gazed at the mysterious woman. I did all of this for the sake of avenging my son. The mysterious woman smiled. Then shouldn't I be avenging him? Miss Ding looked the mysterious woman in the eyes. He's my son. The mysterious woman was slightly stunned, and then she roared with laughter. Miss Ding, that joke isn't funny at all. Miss Ding just gazed at the mysterious woman. Have you ever seen me joke? The mysterious woman stared fixedly at Miss Ding. My son was born at the same time as him, and then the cause of misfortune descended. After that, my dear older sister seized the opportunity while I was unconscious to use my son as a vessel for the misfortune. After that, my son wasn't able to endure the cause of misfortune, and his soul was destroyed. On the other hand, Tianming rushed over to protect her son. Miss Ding suddenly said, Tianming is protecting her son. Do you know why she's been able to survive for so long? Because Tianming is giving face to her son. Otherwise, does she really think she can scheme against her? While she's playing with her wits, we're still playing with mud. It was only because she was his biological mother that she didn't behead him. Do you understand? The mysterious woman seemed as if she'd been struck by lightning, and she retreated a few meters. She stared fixedly at Miss Ding while her entire body trembled. No, impossible. No, impossible. Chapter 1505. Impossible? Miss Ding looked at the mysterious woman with a calm expression. Do you think there's any point in me lying to you? The mysterious woman looked at Miss Ding with a ferocious expression and scarlet eyes. If he really was my son, why didn't you tell me earlier? What? Miss Ding looked at the mysterious woman. Did you give me a chance? As if she thought of something, the mysterious woman's face instantly turned pale. Miss Ding said, back then when the calamity descended, Tianming blocked it. In order to protect him, I had no choice but to bring him to his father with your sister. But I didn't expect that Tianming didn't tell you the truth. Saying that, she shook her head. But that's normal. At that time she disliked everyone, so why would she tell you this? The mysterious woman slowly closed her eyes, her whole body trembling. I asked her, and she said that my son's life or death has nothing to do with her. Miss Ding shook her head and sighed. If Tianming had explained back then, this wouldn't have happened. Actually, Tianming's temper was many times better than before. In the past, Tianming looked at everyone as if they were dead. Explain? It was already good enough that she didn't stab you. You still want her to explain to you? You're thinking too much. In this woman's eyes, there was no one else but her brother. Now, because of Yi Xian, Tianming's temper was much better, at least like a normal person. Miss Ding collected her thoughts and looked at the mysterious woman. I looked for you, but I couldn't find you. I didn't expect you to hide in the dark and make things so big. The mysterious woman suddenly said with a trembling voice, since Tianming knew I was taking revenge on him. Why didn't she stop me? What? No, she wanted to use me to draw out the cause of misfortune. Miss Ding nodded. The cause of misfortune has always been hidden, so she had no way to attack. But because of you, the cause of misfortune has begun to appear, which is exactly what she wanted. But she never expected that the cause of misfortune would activate the gate of misfortune to kill him. This matter is beyond the capabilities of the few of us. At this moment, the white-robed woman pointed her sword at the mysterious woman. Where is the gate of misfortune? The mysterious woman raised her head and looked into the depths of the starry sky. After a long time, a trace of confusion flashed through her eyes. I can't feel it anymore. The white-robed woman's mouth curled into a savage smile. I'll kill you. As soon as she finished speaking, she was about to attack, but she was stopped by Miss Ding. Miss Ding looked at Tuesday. Miss Tu, the only one who can find the door of disaster now is her. The white-robed woman gripped her sword tightly with her right hand, her expression becoming more and more ferocious. Miss Ding looked at the mysterious woman. We must find the door of disaster as soon as possible or else. The mysterious woman shook her head. I can no longer sense the door of disaster. Miss Ding looked at the mysterious woman. Think of a way. The mysterious woman was silent for a long time. We can't look for the door of disaster. We have to look for him. Sense him. Hurry up. Miss Ding asked, what do you have in mind? The mysterious woman spoke in a low voice. When I sealed his crazed devil bloodline earlier, I left my power in his body. As she spoke, her body suddenly soared into the sky. She looked into the depths of the starry sky and spread out her hands. Flames suddenly burned around her. Just like that, after a quarter of an hour, the mysterious woman's pupils suddenly shrank as if she had sensed something. Seeing this scene, Miss Ding and the others' expressions instantly sank. Two stared at the mysterious woman. The mysterious woman looked into the depths of the starry sky and said with a trembling voice, his life is flowing away at an extremely fast speed, Miss Ding said in a low voice. Do you know the location of the door of disaster? The mysterious woman said, I can only sense a rough direction. Moreover, the door of disaster seems to have brought him to an unknown world. Miss Ding suddenly said, You Miss Nian Nian and Tu chase in that direction. You must catch him. Don't let it bring him too far away and don't lose him. I will go find his father. As she finished speaking, she turned around and left. Tu stared at the mysterious woman. Her gaze was like a sword and she wanted to kill. Nian Nian suddenly said, Let's go. The mysterious woman turned around and looked at Shu Wubian, who was not far away. Shu Wubian looked at the mysterious woman but did not speak. This was awkward. That Yi Xian was actually this woman's son. The mysterious woman looked at Shu Wubian. Don't touch the fifth dimension. Shu Wubian said in a low voice, Okay. The mysterious woman glanced at Night Deity and the others. You all guard the fifth dimension and wait for my son to return. As she finished speaking, she turned into a flame and disappeared into the ends of the starry sky. Night Deity and the others looked at each other. Mu Nian and Tu also disappeared into the ends of the starry sky. The three women raised their speed to the limit and tore through the starry sky. The mysterious woman in the lead looked at the endless starry sky with bloodshot eyes. Wait for me. You must wait for me. As the mysterious woman and the others left, the scene suddenly became quiet. After a moment of silence, Night Deity turned around and left. Only now did he understand why the mysterious woman had asked him to keep a low profile. The number of experts in this era was not just an ordinary amount. He really had to keep a low profile. He felt that he had to properly develop himself. Otherwise, his survival would be in danger. Not far away, Princess did not choose to leave. Before Miss Ding left, she had asked her to guard the fifth dimension. Currently, Yi Xian and Mu Nian were not in the fifth dimension, so there needed to be a super expert guarding it. Princess looked at the depths of the starry sky with a trace of worry in her eyes. The door of adversity was so terrifying. Could he resist it? If Yi Xian really died in the door of adversity, then the matter would be really serious. With that woman's temper, no one could survive. Somewhere in the starry sky, Miss Ding was shuttling through the starry sky. Beside her was Lancio. Miss Ding's expression was also solemn. The might of the door of adversity had greatly exceeded her expectations. It could be said that at present, apart from those three people, basically no one could resist the door of adversity. With Yi Xian's current strength, could he survive if he entered it? If Yi Xian died, what would happen to Tianming? What would happen to the green-robed man? Sigh. Miss Ding sighed softly. When she found out that something was about to happen to Yi Xian, she put down everything she was doing and rushed over. But she hadn't expected that she would still be too late. Meanwhile, Lancio spoke softly, He'll be fine, right? Miss Ding looked towards the depths of the starry sky. I hope he's fine. Lancio's face instantly turned pale when she heard this. After an unknown amount of time, Yi Xian opened his eyes slowly. His expression changed the moment he opened his eyes. At this moment he was in a blood-red world. Above him was an expanse of blood-red clouds, and boundless lightning flickered within the clouds. Yi Xian's expression became solemn when he saw this. The door of adversity. He knew that he was within the door of adversity right now. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded by Yi Xian's side. Young master, we're finished. Yi Xian was shocked when he heard this and he turned around to look. Xiao Ta was hopping around nearby and he seemed to be very anxious. Yi Xian blinked. Why did you come in? Xiao Ta immediately jumped in front of Yi Xian. I didn't want to come in either. I was sucked in by it. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta suddenly said, Young master, what do we do now? Yi Xian looked up at the sky. The blood-red lightning was growing more and more violent, and its might was growing stronger and stronger. With his current strength, he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single bolt of blood-colored lightning, let alone so many. Meanwhile, Xiao Ta said, Young master, I think we have to think of a way to escape. Yi Xian looked at Xiao Ta. Can you contact your master? Xiao Ta shook his head. No, I can't. Everything is blocked here and my master is very, very far away from here. Even if he's outside, I can't contact him. He couldn't contact the man in green. Yi Xian said softly, It seems that we can only rely on ourselves. Xiao Ta was a little excited. Young master, do you have any ideas? Yi Xian looked around. He couldn't see the end of it and he could confirm that they were in an unknown world. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly frowned. He looked up at the sky. Why didn't the blood-red lightning attack him? This wasn't normal. Suddenly, the clouds above his head suddenly turned into a strange black vortex. As the black vortex formed, all the blood-red lightning in the sky instantly gathered towards the black vortex. Yi Xian's frown deepened when he witnessed this scene, and there was a trace of bewilderment in his eyes. "What's it trying to do?" Xiao Ta said, "Young master, I think it might be about to unleash an ultimate technique." As soon as he finished speaking, an enormous pillar of lightning suddenly emerged from within the vortex. The pillar of lightning was almost 3 kilometers long and over 1 kilometer wide. Along with the appearance of the pillar of lightning, an indescribably formidable pressure instantly swept down from the sky, and the entire heavens and the earth warped at this moment. Xiao Ta was slightly excited when he witnessed this scene. "Young master, look. I wasn't wrong. It really is about to unleash an ultimate technique." Yi Xian's face darkened. "You guessed right." As he spoke, he grabbed Xiao Ta, and then he transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the distance. At the instant he vanished, the blood-red pillar of lightning above him suddenly pierced through the starry sky. When it appeared once more, it was already over 500 kilometers away above Yi Xian. At the same time, a strand of formidable pressure directly sealed off the surroundings around Yi Xian. Yi Xian stopped moving when he witnessed this scene. He knew that he couldn't escape. He could only resist it head-on. Yi Xian raised his head to look at the blood-red pillar of lightning. He knew that not to mention his current strength, even if his strength increased by 10 times, it would still be impossible for him to resist this divine lightning. Yi Xian took a deep breath, and then he turned around to look at Xiao Ta and smiled. "Stay away from me. This thing is only targeting me. Understand?" As he spoke, he suddenly clenched his fists tightly. In an instant, a strand of flames appeared around him. He was burning his lifespan. Since he had no way out, then he had to fight to the death. Yi Xian held his sword in hand as he gazed at the descending enormous pillar of lightning, and he grinned. "Isn't it just death? Come on." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly soared into the sky. However, before he could even get close to the pillar of lightning, his body began to crack bit by bit. Although he had the immortal bloodline, the recovery speed of the immortal bloodline couldn't keep up with the speed of his body's destruction. When Yi Xian arrived at a place 10 zhang away from the pillar of lightning, he held his sword with both hands and slashed upwards. A ray of sword light pierced through the sky. The moment he swung his sword, Yi Xian felt as if his entire body had been sucked dry. He slowly fell from the sky. At this moment he only had less than half a year of lifespan left, and he had used up all his strength to swing this sword. This was the most powerful sword he had ever used. In the sky, Yi Xian slowly fell. He looked at the horizon as his sword light slashed the blood-red pillar of lightning. Boom! The blood-red pillar of lightning shook violently, and his sword light was instantly drowned by the lightning. The blood-red pillar of lightning plunged straight down. Seeing this, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He had tried his best. He had really tried his best. Not to mention him, even Yan Yan might not be able to resist this thing. Right at this moment, Xiao Ta, who was beside Yi Xian, suddenly transformed into a ray of golden light and soared into the sky. Xiao Ta directly collided with the blood-red pillar of lightning. Boom! A ray of lightning and a blood-red light exploded between heaven and earth. The lightning pillar was actually forced to stop. However, soon the lightning pillar erupted with a dazzling ray of lightning, and Xiao Ta was directly pressed down to the ground. At this moment, Xiao Ta's voice resounded in the sky. "Young lord, hurry up and run. I can't hold on for much longer. Run." A trace of confusion flashed in Yi Xian's eyes. How could he run? They were in this world now, and it was useless to run anywhere. Thinking of this, Yi Xian's lips curled into a ferocious smile. He slammed his right hand on the ground, and his entire body soared into the sky, once again slashing at the blood-red pillar of lightning. However, in an instant Yi Xian directly fell from the sky and finally crashed into the ground. As for the golden light around Xiao Ta, it was slowly being devoured. Xiao Ta wailed, "Master, save me. I can't hold on any longer." Below, Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and once again soared into the sky. In the outside world, the door of woe disaster carried a ray of lightning as it continuously pierced through the starry sky. Its speed was extremely fast, and in the blink of an eye, it passed through countless galaxies. No one knew its destination. At this moment, the door of woe disaster suddenly appeared in the starry sky. As soon as it appeared, a blood-red ray of lightning swept across the starry sky. Wherever the blood-red ray of lightning passed, the space was directly wiped out. In the next moment, it directly disappeared into the deepest part of the starry sky. In some unknown star region, a swordsman in a cloud-white robe was slowly walking in the starry sky. Swordsman looked into the depths of the starry sky and shook his head. In the vast universe there isn't even a single strong person. How boring. At this moment the space behind him suddenly split open, and the next moment, a blood door flew out. The door of woe disaster. After the door of woe disaster appeared, a blood-red ray of lightning appeared in the starry sky. Its speed did not decrease, and it headed straight for Swordsman in the distance. It was not looking for Swordsman but was just passing by. However, this swordsman just happened to be blocking its path. Seeing the door of woe disaster shooting towards him with a blood-red ray of lightning, a trace of confusion flashed in Swordsman's eyes. What is the meaning of this? P.S. I recommend a book from my hometown, Heaven's Dome. It's a cultivation book, and if you like cultivation books you can go read it. It already has more than 1 million words and you can help me collect it. Finally, I asked for tickets. Although I didn't explode, I still ask for tickets. That's right, my skin is so thick. Chapter 1506. Not only did the door of woe disaster not slow down, it even sped up. Behind it, the starry sky was destroyed. Everything was destroyed wherever the blood-red lightning passed. Looking at the unfriendly blood door, the swordsman frowned. He suddenly flicked his left thumb and the scabbard in his hand shook violently. A ray of sword light flew out and slashed at the blood door. Boom. The blood-red lightning around the blood door turned into nothingness, and the blood door was slashed tens of thousands of feet away. As soon as it stopped, its entire body cracked, but it did not completely shatter. The door of woe disaster trembled. Was a little confused. What had it encountered? Without hesitation it turned to run. However, at that moment the swordsman appeared in front of it. The swordsman looked at the door of woe disaster and a trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. There's a familiar aura. As he said that, he turned into a ray of sword light and charged at the door of woe disaster. The door of woe disaster shook violently and a ray of lightning shot out. However, before the lightning could touch the ray of sword light, it turned into nothingness. The door of woe disaster. Inside the door of woe disaster, Yi Xian crashed to the ground again. Not only him but Xiao Ta also crashed to the ground beside him. One man in one tower, they had tried their best. Although Xiao Ta was tough, he had not fused with Yi Xian. Therefore Yi Xian could not fully unleash his true power, and it was too late for him to fuse with him now. Xiao Ta lay beside Yi Xian and said in a trembling voice, "Young master, I don't want to die. Why don't we surrender?" Yi Xian's face darkened. Surrender? Was this something that could be solved by surrendering? Just as the lightning pillar was about to fall, the space in the distance was suddenly torn apart. The next moment, a swordsman in a white robe walked in. Following the appearance of the swordsman, the blood-colored lightning pillar suddenly stopped and shot directly towards the swordsman. At the same time, countless blood-colored lightning bolts appeared in the sky and converged towards the swordsman like red snakes. At this moment, Yi Xian also realized that something was wrong. He opened his eyes and turned to look. Not far away, the swordsman slowly approached. He wore a cloud-white robe and held a sheathed sword in his hand. Yi Xian was stunned when he saw the swordsman. One of the sword masters at the top of the tower. Why would he appear here? From afar, swordsman looked at the lightning pillar and shook his head. Too weak. As soon as he finished speaking, he gently flicked his left thumb. Buzz. Inside the sheath, a sword pierced through the air. Under Yi Xian's astonished gaze, the lightning pillar was directly cut in half by the sword. Following that, the huge lightning pillar was directly erased, along with all the blood-colored lightning bolts in the world. With one sword, all tribulations would cease to exist. Not only that, but the entire world had begun to turn illusory. Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Was this guy really that strong? From afar, swordsman shook his head again, a trace of disappointment flashed in his eyes. This is the calamity of disaster? It's too weak, so boring. Yi Xian was speechless. At this time, countless blood-red silk threads suddenly appeared around swordsman. However, these blood-red silk threads could not get close to him at all. A trace of surprise flashed in swordsman's eyes. Calamity Karma thread. At this time Yi Xian suddenly said, "Senior?" Swordsman looked at Yi Xian and smiled. "Are you all right?" Yi Xian nodded. "Why are you here, senior?" Swordsman smiled. "By chance." Yi Xian blinked. "By chance." Swordsman nodded. "When this door was traversing through space, it almost hit me. So, I came in to have a look, but I didn't expect to meet you. Looks like this is really God's will." Yi Xian was petrified on the spot. If this swordsman was not lying, then this calamity door was too unlucky. Swordsman suddenly looked at Xiao Ta, who was standing next to Yi Xian. A trace of surprise flashed in his eyes. This tower, Lil, pagoda instantly flew in front of the sword cultivator. It jumped up and down excitedly. It was obvious that it recognized the sword cultivator. Swordsman smiled and asked, "Where's your master?" Xiao Ta said, "Master is in a very, very far away place. I can't sense him anymore." Swordsman nodded slightly. "I see." Saying so, he looked at Yi Xian. "How did you end up like this? As far as I know, isn't that woman helping you resist the calamity karma?" Yi Xian smiled bitterly. "It's a long story." Swordsman nodded. He looked around. At this moment, the world around him was becoming more and more illusory. Swordsman smiled and said, "Let's go out." Saying so, he directly disappeared with Yi Xian. When the two of them reappeared, they were already in a starry sky. And in front of the two of them, the gate of woe was about to escape. Swordsman suddenly pointed with his fingers. A ray of sword light directly enveloped the gate of woe. He was about to attack again when Yi Xian suddenly said, "Senior, please wait." Swordsman looked at Yi Xian. Yi Xian looked at the gate of woe. "Senior, can you give this gate to me?" Swordsman smiled and said, "This gate can withstand my sword without breaking. It's definitely not an ordinary item. Are you sure you want it?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and then said, "How about this? Senior can help me suppress it, that is, make it unable to use the divine lightning." Swordsman glanced at the gate of woe. "Sure." Saying so, he pointed with his fingers. 2 rays of sword light directly entered the gate of woe. These 2 rays of sword light directly suppressed the gate of woe. Swordsman looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "It's done." Yi Xian walked in front of the gate of woe. The gate of woe trembled slightly, and Yi Xian directly stored the gate of woe into the prison pagoda within his body. If it was just the prison pagoda alone, it naturally wouldn't be able to suppress the gate of woe. However, with the presence of Swordsman's sword light, it was different. The gate of woe was very obedient within the prison pagoda. At this time, Swordsman suddenly said, "Heal your injuries first." Yi Xian nodded. He sat cross-legged on the ground. The undying blood around his body was rapidly repairing his body. Very quickly, in less than half an hour, his body had recovered to its original state. Needless to say, Yi Xian was a little shocked. The recovery ability of the undying blood was a little too abnormal. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Swordsman. "Senior, someone left a seal in my body, sealing my original mad demon blood. Can you help me remove it?" Swordsman sized up Yi Xian. He slightly nodded, "Yes. However, once the seal is removed, the 2 types of blood will coexist in your body. Can you suppress it?" Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "I'll try. If I can't, then I'll need Senior's help." Swordsman smiled, "Sure." Saying so, he pointed with his fingers, and a ray of sword light directly entered Yi Xian's body. Boom. Inside Yi Xian's body, something seemed to disappear. In an instant, a powerful force of blood surged out from Yi Xian's body. Mad demon blood. At this moment, the blood in Yi Xian's body was boiling. Bloodline power. When the mad demon blood appeared, Yi Xian's whole body directly turned into a blood man. Yi Xian's face suddenly changed. He felt the anger of the mad demon blood. At this moment, the mad demon blood was extremely angry. It had been sealed for so long, how could it not be angry? Yi Xian found that the mad demon blood was directly draining his undying blood's force. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's face suddenly changed. If they fought, wouldn't he be played to death? He quickly began to suppress the mad demon bloodline, but it was useless. The more he tried to suppress it, the crazier the mad demon bloodline became. Most importantly, the undying bloodline was not a peaceful master. Although it was being suppressed by the mad demon bloodline, it was not afraid. As soon as the 2 bloodlines started fighting, Yi Xian's whole body directly twisted, especially the blood vessels in his body. It was as if they were about to explode. It was extremely terrifying. At this time, the swordsman was about to make a move, but Yi Xian suddenly said fiercely, "You want to play? I'll play with you. Everyone, let's play together." As he said that, he directly burned his flesh. Boom. A flame directly wrapped his body. Under the wrapping of this flame, the vitality in Yi Xian's body began to fade. At this time, the 2 bloodlines in his body suddenly stopped. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. He knew that if he did not teach these 2 bloodline powers a lesson, these 2 bloodlines would definitely ride on his head in the future. Seeing that the 2 bloodlines stopped, Yi Xian waved his right hand. The flame on his body directly disappeared. The swordsman smiled and said, "Indeed, we can't spoil them." Yi Xian smiled and then looked at the swordsman. "Senior, where is this place?" The swordsman looked around and then shook his head. "I don't know." Yi Xian blinked. "I don't know." The swordsman smiled and said, "I really don't know." Yi Xian asked again, "Then where are you going?" The swordsman shook his head. "I don't know either." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. The swordsman smiled and looked into the depths of the starry sky. "I'm looking for powerful people. Of course, other than people, other powerful creatures will also do." Yi Xian was a little curious. "Why are you looking for them?" The swordsman smiled and said, "I want to be defeated." Yi Xian was speechless. "To be defeated?" Yi Xian sized up the swordsman and then said, "Senior, what level have you reached?" The swordsman shook his head. "I don't know." Yi Xian was speechless. The swordsman looked into the depths of the starry sky with a trace of loneliness in his eyes. "I also want to know what level I've reached. Unfortunately, I don't have an opponent." As he said that, he patted Yi Xian's shoulder lightly and sighed. "Actually, I'm very envious of you." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "Envious of me for what?" The swordsman smiled and said, "Envious that you can be defeated. As for me, I've been seeking defeat for hundreds of thousands of years. The days of being invincible are too painful." Yi Xian suddenly coughed. He felt a little suffocated and did not want to continue the conversation. At this time, the swordsman said again, "I originally thought it was a little boring, but now I have a goal." Yi Xian was a little curious. "What goal?" The swordsman looked into the depths of the starry sky and said excitedly, "The cause of disaster. I also want to see this cause of disaster for myself." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Senior, can you sense the cause of disaster?" The swordsman shook his head. "I can't sense it. The path of karma is a bit mysterious, and your cause of disaster is not only mysterious but also complicated. No wonder the two of them wanted to find the source of this cause of disaster. It's really not simple." Yi Xian glanced at the swordsman. "Senior, between you and Qing'er, who's stronger?" The swordsman asked, "Are you talking about the woman in the plain dress?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." The swordsman smiled slightly and did not say anything. Chapter 1507. Yi Xian had always been curious about the strength of the master of the three swords at the top of the pagoda. Who was stronger? Swordsman chuckled, "I can't kill her, but she can't kill me either." Hearing this, Yi Xian understood. Swordsman continued, "She is a very good opponent, but she is very busy. Therefore I have an agreement with her. After she finishes dealing with her matters, we will fight again. But from the current situation, I'm afraid it will take a long time because the cause of disaster on your body is very complicated." Yi Xian looked at his body. Around him there were still countless karmic lines of disaster. These karmic lines of disaster did not corrode his body, and there was no death aura either. He did not know why. However, according to his guess, it might be because of the disaster constitution. Swordsman suddenly asked, "What are your plans?" Yi Xian looked around. "Senior, is this place far from the fifth dimension?" Swordsman shook his head. "I don't know." Yi Xian looked around. This was a completely unknown starry sky. He had no idea where he was. He wanted to contact someone in the fifth dimension, but he could not. It was too far. Voice transmission talisman could not transmit over such a long distance. At this time, Swordsman suddenly said, "I want to go to a place in front. Do you want to come with me?" Yi Xian looked into the distance. "Where is it?" Swordsman smiled. "I don't know." Yi Xian was speechless. This guy did not know where he was going. Swordsman asked again, "Are you going?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Swordsman smiled. "Let's go." Swordsman walked into the distance. Yi Xian hurriedly followed. On the way, Yi Xian glanced at Swordsman. "Senior, why don't we use sword kinesis flight?" Swordsman chuckled. "Calm your heart and think." Yi Xian was a little puzzled. "Calm down and think?" Swordsman nodded. "Your heart is rather impetuous and needs to settle down. A swordsman's heart should be as tranquil as water, without the slightest ripple." Yi Xian said nothing. Impetuous? He knew that his heart had always been restless. Swordsman continued, "To cultivate the sword is to cultivate the mind. With a calm mind you can make your sword faster and sharper." Yi Xian said in a deep voice, "Senior, you shattered the lightning pillar with a single sword strike earlier, but I think that sword strike was very ordinary." Swordsman smiled faintly. "That sword seemed ordinary, but it has nearly 200,000 years of accumulation." Yi Xian suddenly unsheathed his sword and slashed. A wisp of sword light tore through the air, tearing apart the space 1,000 feet away. Instant kill sword. It was an extremely fast sword strike. Yi Xian turned to look at Swordsman. Senior, please give me some pointers. Swordsman said nothing. Yi Xian smiled. Senior, please go ahead. Swordsman shook his head. That sword strike is too trashy. Yi Xian, Swordsman continued, this sword technique is actually quite good. I can see that the person who created this sword technique was very thoughtful. However, your sword cultivation is too weak. Moreover, your swords are extremely complicated. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, please give me some pointers, Senior. Swordsman said, the reason why your sword strike was so fast earlier was 50% due to your physique. You can try to use this sword strike without your physique. Yi Xian thought for a moment and slashed out. Instant kill sword. 1,000 feet away, the space was pierced by a wisp of sword light. And the speed of this sword strike was much slower than before. Yi Xian's expression sank. This time he did not use his physique strength. Swordsman said, your sword is not pure enough. Of course, this doesn't mean that you can't cultivate your physique and soul. The stronger your physique and soul are, the more beneficial it is for your sword cultivation. However, you're putting the cart before the horse. Because your physique is stronger than your sword. Moreover, there's also the power of your bloodline. Your swordsmanship itself is not strong, but with the power of your bloodline and your physique, your battle prowess is not bad. Saying that, he glanced at Yi Xian. The path you've taken is a bit off. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, then how should I correct it? Swordsman smiled. Do you want to be a swordsman or a physique cultivator? Yi Xian did not hesitate. Swordsman. Swordsman nodded. That's easy. I'll seal your physique and the power of your bloodline. Are you willing? Yi Xian was a little hesitant. Without his physique and the power of his bloodline, his battle prowess would be reduced by at least 50%. Especially the combination of a godly state physique and the immortal bloodline, this was too abnormal. The reason he could last so long in the door of wretched disaster was because of his powerful godly state physique and the immortal bloodline. If he gave up on this physique and the immortal bloodline, not only would his battle prowess be reduced by 50%, but his ability to survive would also be gone. Swordsman did not speak again. The choice was up to Yi Xian. After a while, Yi Xian suddenly looked at Swordsman. Then let's seal it. Swordsman smiled. Have you thought about it? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. Swordsman nodded. Good. Saying that, he pointed his finger and a ray of sword light directly entered Yi Xian's body. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Yi Xian's mad demon bloodline and immortal bloodline were directly suppressed by Swordsman's sword chi. Even Yi Xian could not awaken these two bloodlines. Swordsman looked at Yi Xian. I can't seal your physique because you've already cultivated it. I can only break your physique and then reconstruct it for you. Are you willing? Yi Xian was stunned. I can't seal it? Swordsman nodded. You've already cultivated your physique. How can I seal it? I can only break it. Yi Xian was really hesitant this time. It was not easy for him to cultivate his physique to the godly state. If he broke it, it would mean that all his previous efforts would be for naught. Swordsman said, you have to think about it carefully. Yi Xian suddenly smiled. I won't think about it. Break it. Swordsman looked at Yi Xian. All or nothing? Yi Xian nodded. Swordsman nodded slightly. All right. Saying that, he pointed a finger at Yi Xian's chest. Boom. Yi Xian's eyes suddenly widened. His physique was instantly broken, leaving only his soul. A godly state physique was more fragile than paper in front of Swordsman. Swordsman looked at Yi Xian. Begin to reconstruct your physique. Yi Xian nodded. He sat cross-legged in space and began to reconstruct his physique. With his current strength, reconstructing his physique was a very simple matter. In less than half an hour, his physique was successfully reconstructed. Yi Xian looked at his physique with mixed feelings. His current physique was an ordinary physique. He was no longer an unkillable cockroach. At this time, Swordsman suddenly said, from now on, the only thing you can rely on is the sword in your hand. Yi Xian looked at Swordsman. Understood. Swordsman smiled. Let's go find our opponent. Saying that, he walked into the distance. Yi Xian hurriedly followed along with Xiao Ta. Along the way, Swordsman said, Swordsman, a sword is enough. From now on, you must have this belief in your heart. Other than the sword, everything else is a burden. Yi Xian nodded. All right. From now on, Yi Xian was a simple swordsman. Other than the sword, he had nothing else. He could only believe in the sword in his hand. Just like that, a big swordsman and a small swordsman walked into the depths of space. In an unknown star sector, the mysterious woman who was rushing at the front suddenly stopped. She seemed to have sensed something and her face instantly turned pale. Seeing this scene, the woman in white's expression immediately became gloomy. Moon Yinyan's expression was also a little ugly. "What's wrong?" the mysterious woman said with a trembling voice. "The seal I left in his body is gone." Moon Yinyan frowned slightly. "It's gone?" The mysterious woman nodded. She stared at the depths of space in the distance, her entire face ashen. Tu suddenly looked at the mysterious woman. She slowly clenched her right hand and was about to make a move. Next to her, Moon Yinyan suddenly said, "Just because it's gone doesn't mean he's dead." Tu and the mysterious woman looked at Nian Yan. Nian Yan said in a deep voice, "It's also possible that the seal in his body has been broken by someone." The mysterious woman shook her head. "There are only 3 swords that can silently remove my seal. His father is not in this universe and that woman is not in this universe, and there's another person." At this point she did not continue. At this moment Moon Yinyan suddenly said, "Don't think about the worst." As she said this, she looked into the depths of space. When that door tore through space, it left behind a trace. If we follow those traces, he must still be alive. Definitely. After saying this, she directly turned into a sword light and disappeared into the end of space. Tu coldly looked at the mysterious woman. "If anything happens to him, I'll tear you apart." After saying this, she also turned into a sword light and disappeared into the end of space. The mysterious woman looked into the depths of space. She clenched her fists. "He must be alive, he must." After saying this, she directly turned into a flame and disappeared into the end of space. Somewhere in space, Yi Xian walked slowly with the swordsman. The swordsman walked very slowly. There was not a hint of a swordsman's aura on him. If he was not holding a sword, perhaps no one would think that he was a swordsman. Yi Xian walked slowly. He had been constantly observing the door of disaster in the prison pagoda. This door of disaster was very obedient now. It was hiding on the 9th floor. On the 9th floor there was also Xiaota. Xiaota floated in front of the door of disaster. He jumped up and down. "Little gate, do you want to talk?" The door of disaster did not respond. Xiaota said again, "Why don't you recognize me as your big brother? If you recognize me as your big brother when Master and Xiaobai come, I'll plead for you. Otherwise you'll be beaten to death. And Xiaobai, do you know Xiaobai? She'll suck you dry." The door of disaster still did not respond. Xiaota suddenly knocked on the door of disaster. "Hey, are you mute?" The door of disaster still did not respond. Xiaota walked around the door of disaster. He chuckled and said, "Little gate, did you hit yourself silly? I have purple gas. Do you want me to heal you?" There was still no response from the door of disaster. At this moment, Xiaota suddenly floated in front of the door of disaster. He looked at the door of disaster and said, "Little gate, if you don't want to recognize me as your big brother, that's fine too. You can recognize me as your father. How about that?" At this moment, the door of disaster suddenly shook violently. It directly collided with Xiaota. Boom. The entire prison pagoda shook violently. Yi Xian was speechless. P.S. If you don't want to vote for me, then reward me. Chapter 1508. In the starry sky, Yi Xian was surprised. He was sure that this door of misfortune was sentient. Or rather, it had a spirit. However, this spirit did not show itself. At this moment, Swordsman suddenly laughed. "This door isn't simple." Yi Xian nodded. He knew Swordsman's strength. For this door to be able to withstand one of Swordsman's sword attacks, he had to admit that this was a terrifying feat. Although this swordsman might not have used his full strength, it was still not an ordinary attack. Swordsman asked again, "You left this door behind because you want to use it to find the root of misfortune?" Yi Xian nodded. "Yes." Swordsman shook his head. "With your current strength, it's best not to search for the root of misfortune because it's not something you can resist." Yi Xian nodded. "I understand. However, it's better to leave it behind for now." Swordsman smiled. "Sure." The two continued forward. Along the way, Yi Xian looked at the starry sky in the distance and asked softly, "Senior, does this starry sky have an end?" Swordsman shook his head. "I don't know." Saying so, he looked at the starry sky around him and smiled. "From the looks of it, this part of the universe should have no end. I also hope that it has no end. If there is an end and there are no strong opponents at the end, then there's no point in living." Yi Xian was speechless. This guy's words were too hurtful. This guy just wants to be defeated. Yi Xian looked at Swordsman. Senior, is your goal to be defeated? Swordsman laughed. To die. Yi Xian was puzzled. Don't you have any relatives? Swordsman shook his head. I only have my sword left. Only my sword left. Yi Xian was silent. It could be seen that this swordsman was a lonely person. Without any restraints, perhaps seeking defeat was his only desire to live. Seeming to have thought of something, Yi Xian asked again. Senior, is the sword Dao divided into realms? Swordsman thought for a moment and said, in my opinion, the Dao of the sword is divided into 3 realms. Yi Xian quickly asked, what realm? Swordsman laughed. First, common sword. Yi Xian blinked. Mortal sword. I've achieved it before. Swordsman shook his head. That's not really an ordinary sword. A true mortal sword was the kind of mortal that returned to its natural state. In order to achieve this, one must first achieve great accomplishment in sword Dao. This was similar to a person who, after reaching a peak, returned to his natural state and returned to being ordinary. This kind of ordinary is not simply ordinary but ordinary after experiencing the peak, and you're ordinary. You are really ordinary, understand? Yi Xian was speechless. Swordsman continued, the realm of common sword is divided into 4 realms. The first realm, seeing a mountain as a mountain. The second realm, seeing a mountain is not a mountain. The third realm, seeing a mountain is still a mountain. And the fourth realm, seeing a mountain is not a mountain. Yi Xian was a little puzzled. A mountain is not a mountain? Swordsman nodded and pointed to the distant starry sky. Look at this vast starry sky, what do you see? Yi Xian said in a deep voice, the starry sky. Swordsman shook his head. Look again. Yi Xian looked at the distant starry sky. After a long time he shook his head. It's still the starry sky. Swordsman smiled. What is the starry sky? Yi Xian was slightly stunned and then fell into silence. What was the starry sky? He could not answer this question, because he had never thought of this question. Swordsman chuckled. What you know now is all within a rule. This rule is like a big circle that restricts everyone. Just like a fish in the sea, in its world there is only water and no land. It is the same for humans. In the process of growing up, people will naturally be influenced by the surrounding environment and traditional thinking. In the process of thinking, they will often be bound by their own thinking framework, making it difficult for them to break through their current situation, and thus be stuck in a state of stagnation. The final realm of common sword is to jump out of the existing rules, jump out of the existing way of thinking. If you are always trapped in your previous knowledge during cultivation, it will be very difficult for you to have any new breakthroughs. As he said that, he looked into the distant starry sky. This is the starry sky, yes, but it can also be something else, what do you think? Hearing this, Yi Xian gripped the sword in his hand tightly. Suddenly he felt as if he had opened up something. Swordsman said again, cultivating the sword is cultivating the heart, but do you know what cultivating the heart is? Yi Xian looked at Swordsman. Swordsman smiled. In many people's view, cultivating the heart is to purify the soul and cultivate the nature of the mind. In fact, it is not just that. Cultivating the heart is to cultivate one's own shortcomings. People must constantly look for their own shortcomings, and only then can they understand themselves more clearly. In fact, many people in this world do not dare to face their own hearts. Not only do many people not dare to face their own hearts, they have always been avoiding their own hearts, not daring to be their true selves. Yi Xian looked at Swordsman and said in a deep voice, Senior, you said to face one's heart, but what if one's heart is dirty and evil? Do you also have to face it and obey it? Swordsman smiled. Why not face it directly? If one's heart is dirty and evil, then change. Yi Xian shook his head. Many people will obey, so there are many evil people in this world. Swordsman smiled. This kind of person is a failure. Facing one's heart is not asking you to obey it, but to subdue it. In a certain stage, a person's greatest opponent in this life is not others but themselves. Yi Xian said in a deep voice, in a certain stage? In other words, there is another stage. Swordsman smiled. For example, in my current stage, because I have subdued my heart, I now want to find a strong opponent, because only by failing can I find my own shortcomings, only then can I know how to become stronger. Yi Xian said softly, I understand. The path of Sword Dao Yi requires constant exploration, constant pursuit, and constant change. Swordsman smiled. You are worth teaching. Yi Xian looked into the depths of the starry sky. I want to find an opponent. Swordsman smiled. I will bring you there. Yi Xian turned to look at Swordsman. Senior, you just said that there are 3 realms in Sword Dao. What is above mortal sword? Swordsman smiled. Reach mortal sword first, then think about other things. You have to take it step by step. Yi Xian said with a smile. Great. Saying so, he turned to look behind him. In fact, he was a little worried that the fifth dimension would miss them, but unfortunately he did not know where he was. He could not go back even if he wanted to. However, it should not be a big problem because the door of calamity had already left the fifth dimension. Without the calamity, Nian Yan and the others were definitely not afraid of that mysterious woman. He should work hard to improve his strength first. Especially now, with the guidance of senior swordsman, it was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Right now he only wanted to become stronger. Only by becoming stronger could he change his fate. At this moment, Xiao Ta suddenly floated out. At this moment, Xiao Ta's body was covered in lightning. Obviously this guy had been beaten up. Xiao Ta floated in front of Yi Xian. Young master, let's fuse. Yi Xian blinked his eyes. Fuse? Xiao Ta quickly nodded. After we fuse, I will be able to use you to display my powerful strength. And you will also be able to use me to display your powerful strength. Fuse. I want to kill that broken door. They actually don't recognize me as their father. They don't give me any face. Yi Xian was speechless. Swordsman shook his head and smiled. You are more mischievous than before. He had seen Xiao Ta in the past, but at that time Xiao Ta was not so mischievous. As if he thought of something, he said, Do you often hang out with that white guy and that horned little girl? Xiao Ta was a little surprised. How did you know? I play with Xiao Bai and Arya every day. Following them is fun. Swordsman shook his head. No wonder. Following those two little guys, no matter how honest a guy is, he will change. Yi Xian smiled. I will not fuse with you for the time being. Xiao Ta was a little puzzled. What? After fusing with me you will become very powerful. Yi Xian looked at the sword in his hand. Now, I want to rely on my sword to become powerful, and not other external objects. Xiao Ta was a little anxious. I am not an external object. I am your family, Xiao Ta. Young master, let's fuse. If I don't fuse, I can't beat that broken door. Yi Xian was speechless. Xiao Ta continued, As long as you fuse with me, I will give you treasures. I have a lot of treasures. They were all placed in the tower by Xiao Bai. Do you want them? Yi Xian was a little hesitant. The treasures left behind by that little guy were definitely not ordinary treasures. However, he still shook his head and refused. He had already given up on his God realm body. No matter how good the treasures were, they would not be able to attract him. Now he only wanted to improve his sword Dao cultivation base. Along the way, Xiao Ta kept begging, but Yi Xian was not moved. Seeing that he could not be persuaded, Xiao Ta returned to the prison pagoda. This time he started to deceive the prison pagoda. He wanted to join forces with the prison pagoda to attack the door of disaster. In the starry sky, Yi Xian and Swordsman walked slowly. Just like that, after walking for about 3 days, the two suddenly stopped. In front of the two of them there was a huge mountain. The mountain was like a huge sword hanging upside down in the starry sky. On top of the mountain, one could vaguely see an ancient palace. Yi Xian was a little curious. Senior, this is? Swordsman shook his head. I don't know. Yi Xian hesitated for a while and then said, What do we do now? Swordsman smiled. Go and challenge it. Yi Xian blinked. Meh. Swordsman nodded. In this place there is no one worthy for me to draw my sword. So go and challenge it. Yi Xian looked at the mountain in the distance and then said, What kind of challenge? Swordsman smiled. Go directly. Be arrogant. Yi Xian was a little hesitant. Is it not good to be too arrogant? The sword cultivator smiled and said, No. Yi Xian nodded. He walked towards the mountain in the distance. Not long after, a powerful divine sense directly locked onto him. Feeling this divine sense, Yi Xian's expression instantly changed. What the hell is this place? The owner of this divine sense is so strong. A voice suddenly sounded in front of Yi Xian. What's the matter? Yi Xian subconsciously said, I'm asking for death. As soon as he said that, he was immediately stunned. *CK, what did I say? Chapter 1509. At this moment Yi Xian's mind was in a mess. That wasn't something that could be said casually. Yi Xian glanced at the nearby swordsman. It's all this fellow's fault. I've actually put on an act as well. Meanwhile, the voice in front of Yi Xian resounded once more. Are you joking? Yi Xian hurriedly nodded. Yes. What a joke. To tell you the truth, I've come here to challenge the geniuses of your esteemed sect. Let's have a friendly spar. The voice said, you've come to challenge the sect? Yi Xin thought for a moment and then he nodded. Yes. He felt that he had to be a little arrogant. He couldn't lose in terms of imposing manner. Meanwhile, a formidable aura suddenly swept down from the peak of the mountain, and it was like a torrent that shot straight towards Yi Xin. The formidable aura instantly locked down the space around Yi Xin. This wasn't an ordinary expert. Yi Xin gazed at the swordsman. The swordsman grinned and showed no intention of attacking. Yi Xin understood now. He wanted him to attack himself. Yi Xin slowly closed his eyes. He held the hilt of his sword in his right hand, and he was accumulating strength while waiting to attack. When the aura arrived over 10 m away from him, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Sword drawing technique. It was a pure heaven-ren drawing technique. It wasn't enhanced by the energy of one's bloodline, physical strength, sword domain, or the energy of faith. It was heaven-ren drawing technique. With a slash of the sword, a sword light fell straight down. However, the ray of light had only just descended when it shattered into nothingness. At the same time, Yi Xin's figure was blasted 3 kilometers away. As soon as he stopped moving, the space around him shattered, and his body instantly cracked apart. He'd heavily injured himself with a single strike. Yi Xin glanced at his body, and then he shook his head and laughed bitterly. His current combat strength was at least 50% weaker than before. If it was before this, then even if he couldn't resist this attack, his formidable physical body would still be able to resist it. But now his body couldn't take it anymore. Yi Xin raised his head and looked into the distance. At this moment, a middle-aged man appeared in front of Yi Xin. The middle-aged man wore a white robe and a scarf on his head. He looked like a scholar. The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xin, then looked at Swordsman. When he saw Swordsman, his face instantly turned solemn. Danger. That was his first impression of the swordsman. There weren't many things in this world that could make him feel danger. The middle-aged man asked in a deep voice, "You are?" Swordsman smiled and said, "I'm here to accompany this young friend." The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xin, hesitated for a moment and then said, "What are the two of you doing?" Swordsman said, "Let's compare notes." The middle-aged man finally understood. He was bringing his juniors to gain experience. He had done something like this before. Let's compare notes. When he thought up to this point, the middle-aged man grinned, "Then let the juniors have fun." Swordsman nodded, "All right." The middle-aged man glanced at Yi Xin, and then he turned to look at the peak of the mountain. Any second-generation disciple. Yi Xin's face instantly darkened when he heard this. Any second-generation disciple. He's looking down on me? As soon as the middle-aged man finished speaking, a ray of white light leaped up from the peak of the mountain. In the next moment, a young man appeared not too far away from Yi Xin. The young man wore a gray robe, had a handsome face and held a spear in his hand. The middle-aged man gazed at the young man. "Julien, don't go overboard." The young man nodded, "Understood." As he spoke, he gazed at Yi Xin who stood in the distance. "Make your move." Yi Xin nodded, "Please?" Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors. Yi Xin has no talent and no virtue. From this moment onward, Yi Xin's position as crown prince shall be removed, and Yi Lang shall succeed him. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not too far behind the old man stood a young man with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi clan's elders. Why? At this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. The young girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xin's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xin from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. "Yi Ling, what are you doing?" The young girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, "Great elder, my brother Yi Xin is a crown prince. Why did you remove his title for no reason?" The great elder looked coldly at Yi Ling. "This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting?" Yi Ling was obviously afraid and did not dare to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. "Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to remove his title. This is really unfair. Impudent." The great elder suddenly raged. "Whether he is removed or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men drag her away. At this moment, the new crown prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder said coldly, then flogged 30 times. Soon 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years and even now he is fighting for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new crown prince Yi Lang, and he knew that this was his chance to show off. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the title of crown prince and it's everyone's wish. Why are you shouting? With that, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up, but she did not cry. She just held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled, what's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed, I'm Zhang Mu greeting the crown prince. Yi Lang nodded, you're not bad. After I become the crown prince I need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and he hurriedly bowed deeply, I'm willing to go through fire and water for the crown prince and I'm willing to die 1,000 deaths. Yi Lang nodded slightly, drag him out. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, so don't show any mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. Immediately he grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to have seen something and he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe that was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. This person was Yi Xian who had rushed back from the South Mountain. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's lips curled into a cold smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly dark. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang, and just as he was about to speak, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness and he stumbled and fell. However, Yi Ling did not stop there. He charged towards Zhang Mu again. At this time Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Oh. Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced by a knife. He clenched his fists and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed out. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue? From now on Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the elders of the Yi clan. What? At this time, a timid voice rang out in the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the clan wanted to remove Yi Xian from his position, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall, and said timidly, Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you discard him for no reason? The great elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, why are you interrupting? Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the great elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and entered the ancestral hall. She bowed again to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan and we don't know if he's dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to discard his position. This is unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. Whether he discards his position or not, it's not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men drag her away. At this time, the new prince Yilang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The great elder replied coldly, then flog her 30 times. Soon 2 guards of the Yi clan rushed in. Yiling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years. Even now he is risking his life for the clan. The clan is so unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yilang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yilang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yiling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yiling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry. She only covered her cheek tightly. Yilang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the crown prince. Yilang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He quickly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince. Yilang nodded. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Do you understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yilang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yilang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yiling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu suddenly stopped as if he had seen something. Inside the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside the hall. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yilang's lips curled into a sinister smile. Inside the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes, his face dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yiling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He quickly looked at Yilang and was about to speak. At this time, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Zhang Mu felt a wave of dizziness and he stumbled and fell. However, Yiling did not stop there. He charged at Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yilang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yilang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian looked up at him and said, Your man? As he spoke, he stepped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu as he walked up to Yiling. Seeing Yiling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists and his entire body trembled. When Yiling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Chapter 15:10. Somewhere in the starry sky, the swordsman stopped and turned to look at Yi Xian. What do you think? Yi Xian was silent for a moment before answering, There are a lot of shortcomings. The swordsman said, Tell me about it. Yi Xian said, I relied too much on the strength of my physique. Without a strong physique, I'm not as confident as before. The swordsman laughed. It's not that your physique can't be strong, because it's something that you've cultivated yourself. However, if you want to become a powerful swordsman, it's best not to rely on any external force before you've reached the level of a common sword. Because if you rely on external forces, your swordsmanship will stagnate. Just like earlier, if you had a strong physique, that woman wouldn't have been your match. But if you relied on your physique to defeat her, then you wouldn't have known the flaws in your swordsmanship. He paused for a moment before continuing, Do you know your flaws? Yi Xian looked at the swordsman. Not fast enough. The swordsman shook his head. The real fast isn't the sword but the heart. Yi Xian was puzzled. What do you mean? The swordsman laughed. Have you heard of the heart sword? Yi Xian asked, Using the heart to control the sword? The swordsman shook his head. It's not using the heart to control the sword but rather, the heart is the sword and the sword is the heart. Yi Xian shook his head. I don't really understand. The swordsman laughed. What the heart thinks, the sword moves. This is a realm of fast swordsmanship. You should have heard of this realm before, but you haven't reached the limit of this realm. If you can reach the limit of this realm, your sword will be far faster than that woman. Yi Xian quickly asked, how can I reach the limit of this realm? The swordsman said, practice. Practice? Yi Xian frowned. How do I practice? Swordsman replied, it's just normal training. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something. He opened his palm and a sword appeared in his hand. Peerless sword. He had almost forgotten about this sword. Yi Xian walked to the side and used the insta-kill slash again. As the sword stabbed out, the space 3,000 feet away suddenly shattered. It was still a very fast strike. However, Yi Xian knitted his eyebrows. Because this strike, whether it was in terms of strength or speed, was much weaker than when he was still in the immortal realm. At this moment he finally realized how weak his sword Dao was. After losing the power of his bloodline and physical body, it was difficult for him to even kill a deity realm expert. Thinking of this, Yi Xian sighed softly. He had to admit that he had really gone astray all these years. Next to him, Swordsman suddenly said, it's not too late to correct it now. Yi Xian nodded. He sat down cross-legged, and then he started to recall the scenes of the battle between him and the woman. The woman's sword was very swift, even swifter than his own. That was why he'd been forced to use a move to take her down with him. Since the battle ended, he'd been in a passive position. It was swift. If it was in the past, then his sword would be even swifter than the woman when he had the support of his formidable physical body. But now he didn't have his body at the immortal realm. How do I improve? How do I break through? Yi Xian fell into deep thought. Swordsman didn't speak another word. Around 2 hours later, Yi Xian suddenly stood up. He opened his palm, and then the supreme sword in his hand flew forward. The insta-kill slash. The sword flew out, and in an instant, it was already 10,000 zhang away. Yi Xian fell silent as he gazed at the sword that flew 3 kilometers away. He'd seen Sidu Tingyun execute this attack in the past, and it was many times swifter than his own attack. Please continue to the next page. However, Sidu Tingyun hadn't relied on any external forces. If Sidu Tingyun could do it, why couldn't he? Thinking of this, Yi Xian sheathed his sword and performed the instant kill sword again. Just like that, Yi Xian practiced sword after sword. The swordsman watched from the side. He would say a few words from time to time, and every time he said something, Yi Xian would learn something new. Yi Xian kept repeating the insta-kill slash. In fact, he was no longer practicing the insta-kill slash. Instead, he was pursuing what swordsman had said, what the heart thinks, the sword moves. Speed and strength, these were what he was pursuing now. This time, his speed and strength were different. Because he wasn't relying on any external force this time, and he was purely relying on the speed and strength of the sword Dao. 5 days passed in the blink of an eye. During these 5 days, Yi Xian swung his sword no less than a few tens of thousands of times every single day. Moreover, as he cultivated madly, the speed and strength of the insta-kill slash were gradually increasing, and this caused Yi Xian to be overjoyed. He wasn't afraid of suffering, but he was afraid of not gaining anything from his hard work. So long as he gained something, then it proved that he was working hard towards the right direction. A trace of a smile appeared on the swordsman's face as well. Was there a shortcut in the sword Dao? In Yi Xian's opinion, there definitely was. If he was willing, then he could allow Yi Xian to attain an extremely terrifying state in a short period of time. However, it was pointless. Yi Xian had to understand where his problem lay and correct it. Only then would he be able to progress further in the sword Dao. One had to take it step by step. Just like that, Yi Xian practiced bitterly day after day, and his insta-kill slash showed obvious improvement as well. Even though it wasn't as swift as when he possessed a body at the god rank realm, it was ceaselessly getting closer. At this moment he wasn't just pursuing the pinnacle of the insta-kill slash. He was pursuing the pinnacle of the sword Dao's speed. While Yi Xian was cultivating, Lil Pagoda was still having a battle of wits and courage with the door of disaster in the prison pagoda within his body. Xiao Ta had successfully roped in the prison pagoda, and now there were 2 pagodas fighting against the door of disaster. However, it was useless. Even if 2 Xiao Ta joined forces, they still wouldn't be able to gain any advantage. However, the door of disaster kept a low profile. During this period of time, it stayed on the 9th floor. Other than occasionally counterattacking Xiao Ta and the prison pagoda, it basically didn't move at all. On this day, the swordsman suddenly arrived at the prison pagoda. He arrived at the top of the pagoda, and when he saw his sword, he smiled and opened his palm. The sword flew into his hand and trembled violently. The swordsman smiled and put away his sword. Then he arrived at the 9th floor. When he arrived at the 9th floor, the door of disaster suddenly trembled and shrank into a corner. Obviously, it was very afraid of this swordsman. In fact, it was very, very sullen. It was originally about to complete its mission, but it didn't expect to meet such a perverted fellow halfway. This was great. Not only did it not complete its mission, but it also got itself involved. The swordsman walked in front of the door of disaster. He looked at the door of disaster and smiled. "Where did you want to return to?" The door of disaster did not respond. The swordsman asked again, "Are the people from your place strong?" The door of disaster still did not respond. The swordsman smiled. "I hope the people from your place are strong. Otherwise it would be too boring." After saying that, he turned and left. That silhouette was as lonely as snow. Behind the swordsman, the door of disaster trembled slightly. Somewhere in the unknown starry sky, Moon Yin Yin and the other two women were still madly flying. This chapter is not finished. Please continue to the next page. In the starry sky, the three women increased their speed to the extreme. In front of them, there were still traces of the door of disaster tearing through the starry sky. However, these traces were becoming fewer and fewer. The mysterious woman was leading the group. Her speed was faster than Moon Yin Yin and two. The mysterious woman stared at the starry sky in the distance. During this period of time, she had been in a state of extreme fear. She had never been so afraid before. Beside her, Tu's expression was gloomy. During this period of time, she had wanted to attack the mysterious woman several times. However, she held back. This was because she didn't know whether Yi Xian was dead or alive. She didn't believe that Yi Xian was dead just like that. Tu slowly closed her eyes and said in a trembling voice, "Brother, wait for me." After saying that, her speed suddenly increased. The mysterious woman and Moon Yin Yin also increased their speed crazily. 10 days later, the three women stopped. This was because the traces in front of them had disappeared. The mysterious woman looked at the faraway starry sky as if she had lost her soul. Tu's expression was slightly unsightly. Since the traces had disappeared, it meant that they couldn't continue pursuing. As if she had thought of something, Tu gazed at the mysterious woman. She was about to attack again. Meanwhile, Nian Yen suddenly said, "Are you giving up just like that?" Tu gazed at Nian Yen and she spoke softly, "Miss Tu, I don't believe that he died just like that. What about you?" Tu fell silent. Moon Yin Yin gazed into the starry sky. "Miss Tu, let me ask you something. What do you think of Miss Su Chang's intelligence?" Tu spoke solemnly, "Very high. However, she disdains to play such tricks." When she spoke up to this point, she hesitated for a moment and said, "You're saying that she knew all along?" Moon Yin Yin shook her head. "I don't know. All I know is that she would absolutely not allow him to die so easily." When she spoke up to this point, she gazed at the mysterious woman. "Are you really unable to sense the door of disaster?" The mysterious woman shook her head. "I can't." Moon Yin Yin frowned slightly. "Then what about before?" The mysterious woman spoke softly. "I'm only able to sense the door of disaster when I'm targeting him. However, I'm unable to sense it exactly. Now I can't sense its existence at all." Moon Yin Yin spoke in a low voice. "You can't sense it at all?" The mysterious woman nodded. "I can't." Moon Yin Yin's face fell. Meanwhile, Tu spoke abruptly, "Let's continue pursuing him. Then we'll wait for news from Miss Ding." Moon Yin Yin and the mysterious woman gazed at Tu, and then Tu spoke softly, "If Miss Ding is able to find that man, then we'll know if he's still alive." As she spoke, she transformed into a ray of light that vanished into the starry sky. Moon Yin Yin glanced at the mysterious woman. "I hope he's fine." As soon as she finished speaking, she chased after Chen Shi. The mysterious woman remained silent for a moment, and then she gazed into the starry sky while a trace of guilt flashed through her eyes. "I'm sorry. You must live and give me a chance to make up for it." As soon as she finished speaking, she chased after Chen Shi. A month later, Yi Xian was still cultivating madly amidst the starry sky, and he executed strike after strike with his sword. The speed and power of his instant kill sword had reached the level of his physical body in the divine realm. However, it was far from sufficient for him. What he sought now was to reach the limit. He wanted to arrive at the limit of his speed, and then break through it to attain the state where his sword could move as he wished. End of this chapter. Chapter 15:11. In the starry sky, Yi Xian brandished his sword again and again. This endless starry sky was his cultivation ground. During this time, swordsman did not leave and continued to guide him. Yi Xian naturally cherished this opportunity. In the past he always felt that he lacked a good sword master. But now, with swordsman's guidance, it could be said to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for him. Just like that, another month passed. During this month, Yi Xian's instant kill sword was faster than when he was in the divine realm. However, it was still not enough. Pursue the limit, break through the limit. This was his goal. After about an hour, Yi Xian stopped. He glanced at his right arm. His right arm was already numb and it was not suitable for him to continue cultivating. He needed to rest. Yi Xian sat down cross-legged and began to use the purple energy to repair his body. As if thinking of something, he looked at Swordsman. "Senior, how is my cultivation?" Swordsman smiled. "Not bad." Yi Xian asked again, "Is there anything that needs to be improved?" Swordsman nodded. "When brandishing your sword, you need to be calm and not impetuous. You also can't practice for the sake of practicing. You need to often stop and think about the shortcomings of this sword." Yi Xian nodded. "Understood." Swordsman smiled. "Your talent is not bad and you are willing to work hard. However, you are too impetuous. If you can settle down and calm your heart, it will not be difficult to reach the common sword realm." Yi Xian took a deep breath. From the Qing city to the fifth dimension, he had rarely been able to calm his heart and cultivate. Just like before, after Ting Yun imparted the insta-kill sword to him, he did not cultivate much. At that time he had the power of bloodline and a physical body. Even if he did not cultivate, he could still unleash the power of the insta-kill sword. However, this made him unable to understand the essence of instant kill sword. Simply put, he had always been too dependent on external forces. His sword Dao strength was pitifully weak. An hour later, Yi Xian stood up and continued to swing his sword. There were no shortcuts on the path of Dao Yi. Another month passed. In the starry sky, Yi Xian's eyes were closed. He opened his palm and a sword suddenly flew out. Thousands of feet away, the space there was suddenly torn apart, and a ray of sword light appeared. Almost at the same time, countless sword lights flashed around him. Instant kill sword. It was not one instant kill sword but 10 instant kill swords. With his current sword speed he could execute 10 instant kill swords in an instant. Now he had reached the limit of the speed of this instant kill. No, it should be said that he had truly reached his own limit. There was no limit to sword techniques. It was humans who had limits, because if the swordsman were to use the insta-kill slash, the speed would definitely be faster. Yi Xian opened his palm, and the unparalleled sword appeared in his hand. He turned to look at the swordsman. The swordsman smiled. "I can barely do it." Yi Xian asked in a deep voice, "Senior, how can I break through my own limits?" He was now one step away from the realm that the swordsman mentioned. Wherever the heart goes, the sword goes. The swordsman looked at Yi Xian. "Fight. Only in battle can one's potential be stimulated in the shortest time, and only in the moment of life and death can one easily break through their own limits." Yi Xian nodded. "Understood." At this moment he recalled the bloody battle in Qingqing. At that time, although he was weak, every time he survived he would become stronger. The swordsman smiled. "Let's go." Yi Xian nodded. "All right." After saying that, he put away his sword and walked towards the distant starry sky with the swordsman. Soon, the two of them arrived in front of the mountain floating in the starry sky again. As soon as they arrived, Gu Shi appeared in front of them. Gu Shi glanced at Yi Xian and soon he frowned because he realized that Yi Xian seemed to have changed. Yi Xian cupped his fists. "Senior." Gu Shi collected his thoughts and smiled. "I understand." After saying that, he turned to look at the peak of the mountain. "Qing Yi." Buzz. The sound of a sword suddenly rang out from the peak of the mountain, and the next moment, a woman appeared in front of Yi Xian. Qing Yi wore a tight purple dress, and in her left hand was a sheathed long sword. As soon as she appeared, her eyes fell on Yi Xian. Gu Shi suddenly smiled. "Don't overdo it." After saying that, he retreated to the side. In the distance, Qing Yi suddenly disappeared on the spot, and a ray of sword light suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. This attack was even faster than before and it was even more powerful. Obviously, Qing Yi had become stronger during this period of time. In the face of this attack, Yi Xian's expression was calm, and he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. With a single slash, Qing Yi's sword light was directly shattered into pieces, and she herself was blasted hundreds of meters away. And as soon as she stopped and was about to attack again, a sword was already pressed against the center of her forehead. Instant kill. The surroundings suddenly became silent. The middle-aged man's face sank. The speed of Yi Xian's attack was not just a little bit faster than before. Qingyi looked at Yi Xian. How did you do it? Yi Xian's sword was actually so fast that she couldn't even react to it. Yi Xian sheathed his sword and said with a smile, Practice. Practice like crazy. Qingyi frowned slightly. That's it? Yi Xian said with a smile. There's more to it, more to it. Qingyi went silent for a moment and then she said, What sword technique was that? Yi Xian said, Instant kill. A senior sister of mine taught it to me. Qingyi wanted to say something but hesitated. Yi Xian said with a smile, Do you want to learn it? Qingyi looked at Yi Xian. I don't have anything to exchange with you. Yi Xian smiled lightly. I'll teach you for free. Qingyi looked at Yi Xian. I don't deserve a reward without doing anything. Yi Xian said with a smile, Let's discuss it. Qingyi went silent for a moment and then she said, All right. As they spoke, the two of them directly started discussing it. Yi Xian directly taught the instant kill to Qingyi. Seeing that Yi Xian really taught him that powerful sword technique, Qingyi was a little surprised. Not only Qingyi but Teacher Gu was also a little surprised. The sword technique that Yi Xian used was obviously not ordinary, and Yi Xian actually taught it to Qingyi just like that. Seeing that Yi Xian was so generous, Qingyi also said everything she knew. In the conversation with Qingyi, Yi Xian learned a lot, because Qingyi had many things that he could learn from her, especially her use of sword qi and her grasp of timing. These were things that he could learn from her. In addition, Yi Xian also learned about this place. This place was called the Nether River Star Field, and this place did not know about the fifth dimension. Not only did it not know about the fifth dimension, it did not even know about the whirling world or the Milky Way realm. This place was too far away from the fifth dimension. Even though he had only traveled from the fifth dimension to this place for less than a day, that was because of the Door of Disaster. The Door of Disaster shattered the starry sky along the way, and countless barriers of the universe were torn apart by it. Ordinary people could not do this. If he walked normally from this place to the fifth dimension even with his speed, it would take at least 100 years. In fact, Yi Xian was a little puzzled. Where was the Door of Disaster taking him? At this moment, Swordsman suddenly asked, Is there any particularly dangerous place in this star field? Hearing this, Teacher Gu looked at Swordsman, hesitated for a moment and then said, There is a place but it is too dangerous. With young friend's current strength, Swordsman smiled and said, It's fine. Teacher Gu glanced at Swordsman, and then he pointed to the right. Go a few 100,000 kilometers from here, and there is a mountain range called the Great Desolate Mountain Range. There are many powerful ancient beasts in the mountain range. That place can be said to be a forbidden area for us humans. Great Desolate Mountain Range. Swordsman nodded slightly, and then he looked at Yi Xian not far away. Let's go. Yi Xian nodded, Okay. Saying this, he looked at Qingyi and said with a smile, Miss Qingyi, farewell. After saying this, he and Swordsman were about to leave, but at this time Teacher Gu suddenly said, The two of you please wait. Yi Xian and the swordsman stopped in their tracks. The swordsman looked at Master Gu and Master Gu said in a deep voice, You too, that place is very dangerous. Especially in the depths of the desolate mountains, there is an ancestor of ferocious beasts. This beast hates humans to the core. If you step into the desolate mountains and awaken the ancestor of ferocious beasts. At this point he did not continue. At this time Swordsman suddenly said, Is this beast ancestor very strong? Teacher Gu looked at Swordsman and said seriously, Very, very strong. Swordsman smiled slightly, Isn't that a good thing? Teacher Gu. Swordsman looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, Let's go. After saying this he turned around and left with Yi Xian. Teacher Gu looked at the swordsman and Yi Xian in the distance and frowned. Where did these two come from? They don't even know the Great Desolate Mountain Range, Qingyi said in a low voice. Could it be that they came from that place? Teacher Gu shook his head. Not very likely, Qingyi said in a low voice. That young man asked me a lot about our star field and I can see that this is his first time coming here. If he didn't come from that place, where did he come from? Teacher Gu shook his head and smiled. Forget it. Maybe the two of them are just passers-by in our star field. After saying this he turned and left. Qingyi looked at Yi Xian's figure in the distance, and after a moment of silence she said softly, We will meet again, right? After saying this she shook her head and turned to leave. At the end of the distant starry sky, Swordsman suddenly said, We need to find you a very strong opponent. Yi Xian asked, How strong? Swordsman thought for a moment and then said, The kind that can kill you. Yi Xian hesitated and then said, Wouldn't that be too strong? Swordsman shook his head, Not at all. If you want to break through your limits, you will have to fall into a desperate situation. After saying this, he looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, if you can feel the aura of death, you should feel happy because that proves that you can continue to improve. And I have wanted to feel the aura of death for hundreds of thousands of years. Do you know how painful it is to be invincible? After saying this, he paused and then said, I feel very painful. Yi Xian. P.S. The days without a monthly ticket are so painful. Give me one. Oh, please. Chapter 15:12. How painful was it to be invincible? Yi Xian was speechless. Like hell he knew. He had never been invincible before. This swordsman's words were quite a blow to his confidence. However, he also knew that this swordsman was telling the truth, and that was the most fatal part. It was not scary for a person to act tough, what was scary was when he was acting tough for real. Swordsman suddenly said, cherish this feeling now. Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. I'm afraid I still have a long way to go before I become invincible. Swordsman laughed. Take it slow. At least you're like a swordsman now. Moreover, you can gain confidence from your sword and that's a good thing. Confidence. Yi Xian looked at the sword in his hand. He had to admit that the current him was completely different from before. Previously, his confidence came from his physical body, the power of bloodline and various external objects. But now, without these external forces and objects, he was still as confident as ever as he held the sword. The sword gave him confidence. This feeling was very comfortable. His confidence now came purely from his swordsmanship. As if he had thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly asked, Senior, can I still use the power of bloodline and cultivate my physical body in the future? Swordsman nodded. Of course you can. Whether it's the power of bloodline or your physical body, they're all cultivated by yourself. But before that, it's best for you to achieve the true common sword. If you can achieve the true common sword, you won't have to put the cart before the horse in the future, and you won't lose yourself in external forces. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. Swordsman laughed. What you need to do now is to break through your limits, so we need to find a strong opponent. You must be mentally prepared. Yi Xian looked into the distance and smiled. I'm already mentally prepared. Swordsman nodded slightly. That's good. Yi Xian suddenly asked, Senior, you've been to the pagoda and seen the door of disaster. What kind of existence is it? Swordsman shook his head. I'm not sure. Yi Xian said solemnly, this door can trigger the calamity. Swordsman said, there should be some kind of universal law in its body. This tribulation is born from the laws. Yi Xian frowned. Universal law? Swordsman smiled and said, it is a kind of law that exists in the universe. This law maintains the entire universe. Yi Xian asked, is it powerful? The sword cultivator smiled. It's just SOSO. Yi Xian was speechless. He realized that he couldn't ask this swordsman this kind of question because this swordsman said it like that. It was absolutely not what he thought it was. As if thinking of something, Yi Xian asked again. Senior, the karmic line of disaster. Swordsman glanced at Yi Xian. I've already blocked those karmic lines of disaster for you. You'll be fine for the time being. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment and then asked, Senior, if you leave, then these karmic lines of disaster. Swordsman smiled. You'll have to face it yourself. Yi Xian nodded. That's true. Karmic line of disaster. Yi Xian knew that he couldn't always rely on others to help him resist this karmic line of disaster. He had to bear it himself. Work hard. Yi Xian glanced at the sword in his hand and smiled. If Qing, Error and this swordsman could avoid all karmic lines of disaster, then he, Yi Xian, could do the same one day. Along the way, Yi Xian would occasionally ask swordsman some questions, and swordsman would usually answer. This made Yi Xian learn many things from the past. For example, this swordsman in front of him was once from Sword Sect. Somewhere in the unknown starry sky, Miss Ding and Enlancio were flying through the air. Both women were extremely fast. They were looking for that green-robed man. At this time, Miss Ding suddenly stopped. She looked into the depths of the starry sky, frowning slightly. Enlancio looked at Miss Ding. What's wrong? Miss Ding said softly, he's getting further and further away from us. Enlancio asked in a deep voice, can you contact him? Miss Ding shook her head. I'm not strong enough. Enlancio's face sank. Miss Ding suddenly said, let's look for someone else first. Enlancio asked, who? Miss Ding said, an old friend. With that, she brought Enlancio with her and vanished into the horizon. Great Desolate Mountain Range. Swordsman brought Yi Xian to the Great Desolate Mountain Range that Master Gu had mentioned. This mountain range stood towering in the boundless starry sky, and one couldn't see the end of it. Within this mountain range, the sound of breathing could be heard from time to time. The sound of breathing carried a formidable pressure that struck fear into the hearts of those who heard it. Yi Xian frowned. This mountain range isn't simple. Danger. That was what he felt at this moment. Swordsman suddenly pointed at the distant great desolate mountain range. Go 1,000,000 kilometers to the end of this mountain range. I'll wait for you there. Yi Xian blinked. Do I walk there myself? Swordsman nodded. Yes. Is there a problem? Yi Xian hesitated for a moment, then said, Can I just walk there? Swordsman looked at Yi Xian. You can't fly on a sword, rely on external objects, or use tricks. You can't rely on the Xiaota in your body. If you violate any of these, then the fate between us will end here. Yi Xian nodded. I understand. He knew that Swordsman wanted to train him. Swordsman lightly patted Yi Xian's shoulder. Intelligence is also a part of strength. But at this moment, I hope that you don't use your intelligence. I hope that you can use your strength to fight your way out. It doesn't matter how long it takes. I'll wait for you at the end. After he finished speaking, he had already disappeared. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. Passed through this great desolate mountain range. In fact, he did not have much confidence because he could feel the danger just by standing there. Moreover, there were many unknown auras. If it was before, he would still be confident because although he was only in the Tao realm, his physical body had already reached the immortal realm. But now, without his physical body, he was only a Tao realm swordsman. Moreover, he did not have the power of bloodline. Right now he only had his sword. Other than that, there was nothing else. Sword. Yi Xian lowered his head to look at the sword in his hand. After a long moment of silence, he suddenly grinned. Isn't having a sword enough? With that, he walked towards the mountain range. Swordsman. Yi Xian was now a swordsman. Soon Yi Xian entered the mountain range. As soon as he entered the mountain range, his vision darkened. Because he was surrounded by towering ancient trees, he could not see the stars when he looked up. All he could see were endless branches. Under his feet, the weeds were tens of feet high. He could only walk on the grass. Yi Xian held the sword in his left hand. His expression was calm. He was ready to deal with anything. After walking for about half an hour, Yi Xian still did not encounter any danger. He did not even see a beast. However, his expression became more and more serious. Because this meant that there was a high chance that there were powerful beasts in this area. If it was before, he would sneak over. After all, his concealment technique was very good. But now he could not do that. He was here to train, not to play. He could only fight his way out. However, looking at the endless mountain range and unknown dangers before him, he was at a loss. As if he thought of something, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. It's a little hard to adapt to suddenly losing my physical body and the power of bloodline. Dependence. Previously, he was too dependent on his physical body and the power of bloodline. After calming down, Yi Xian continued to move forward. His footsteps quickened. About 15 minutes later, Yi Xian arrived in front of a lake. This lake was thousands of feet wide. The lake water was so clear that one could see the bottom. At a glance, it was very beautiful. Yi Xian did not stop. He walked towards the opposite side. His hand was holding the supreme sword in his hand tightly. When he arrived at the lake surface, snowflakes suddenly floated above the lake. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian said softly, I'm just passing by. Really? More and more snowflakes appeared. Soon, the entire lake surface suddenly began to freeze. The surrounding temperature dropped in an instant. His body directly began to freeze. Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Sword drawing technique. As the sword slashed down on the surface of the lake, a sword light pierced through the air. Countless snowflakes shattered. At this moment, the ice on the lake surface also cracked inch by inch. The entire lake surface began to crack inch by inch under this sword. At this moment, deep at the bottom of the lake, a white figure shot up into the sky. Yi Xian frowned slightly. Once again he drew his sword and slashed down. Buzz! A sword cry shook the heavens and the earth. As Yi Xian's sword slashed down, the lake water in front of him suddenly exploded. As for the white figure, it was directly slashed to the depths of the lake. But in the next moment, the surrounding lake water suddenly turned into pieces of ice. These pieces of ice were like blades that slashed towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian sheathed his sword in his right hand. In the next moment he drew his sword again and slashed. The sword light was like a waterfall. Rumble. The ice blades in front of him directly shattered and were annihilated. The sword light was like a rainbow, shooting straight towards the white figure in the distance. In the distance, the white figure suddenly transformed into a ball of white light and shot out. Rumble. The sword light directly exploded. A white figure directly appeared in front of Yi Xian. At the same time, an ice blade directly slashed towards the space between Yi Xian's eyebrows. With a calm expression, Yi Xian drew his sword again and slashed. Boom. An expanse of sword light erupted in front of Yi Xian, and then the white figure was blasted 300 m back. The space around the white figure trembled, and then the white figure gradually condensed into a woman. The woman had white hair, scarlet red eyes, and a long white tail behind her. A trace of surprise flashed through Yi Xian's eyes. What sort of demon beast are you? The technique that the demon beast had executed earlier was slightly similar to the techniques of humans, and it made him quite curious. The woman gazed at Yi Xian and spoke coldly, "Do you only know how to draw your sword?" Yi Xian thought for a moment and said, "I was just passing by." A wisp of ridicule arose on the corners of the woman's mouth. "Who gave you the courage?" You. Right at this moment, the woman's pupils suddenly constricted. A ray of light flashed deep within her eyes, and a sword was already pressed against the center of her forehead when she was about to attack. Yi Xian gazed at the woman. "I was just passing by." The woman looked at Yi Xian for a moment and said, "Sorry to disturb you." With that, she suddenly transformed into a white stream of air and floated down to the bottom of the river. In a short while she completely disappeared. Yi Xian. Chapter 15-13. Seeing the woman disappear, Yi Xian was a little dumbfounded. She left just like that? She didn't even say a word? After a while, Yi Xian put away his sword and continued to move forward. His expression was solemn. The demon beasts here were different from those he had encountered outside. Most importantly, the demon beasts here were not so stubborn. They were flexible and knew when to advance and retreat. Demon beasts were not scary. What was scary was that they were cultured. He knew that the road ahead might be a little difficult. An hour later, Yi Xian passed through the lake and entered a valley. On both sides of the valley, two mountains towered into the clouds. From time to time, birds would fly past. Yi Xian walked slowly in the valley. He was highly focused, and the sword in his hand was ready to be unsheathed at any time. He was best at sneak attacks, so he was afraid of being ambushed. After all, he did not have a strong physical body. If he was ambushed, he would be killed in one blow. About an hour later, Yi Xian entered the depths of the valley. In front of him, between the mountains, clouds and mist lingered, blurring his vision. Yi Xian held the sword in his hand tightly, his expression calm. He walked openly and did not hide his aura. In other words, if there were powerful demon beasts in this place, they would definitely be able to detect him. However, he did not feel the aura of demon beasts. Could there be no demon beasts? This thought popped up in Yi Xian's mind. However, at this moment, a mountain on his right suddenly trembled violently. The next moment, a black python broke out of the mountain. The python's head was as big as 3 bathtubs. Its bloody mouth was wide open, and it went straight for Yi Xian, wanting to swallow Yi Xian in one bite. Seeing the sudden appearance of the python, Yi Xian reacted extremely quickly. He suddenly leaped and slashed with his sword. Sword drawing technique. As the sword slashed down, a ray of sword light fell directly on the head of the python. Boom. The sword light was directly shattered, and Yi Xian was forced back nearly 100 feet. On the contrary, the python was not damaged at all. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's face darkened. The body of this giant python was at least at the peak of the consolidation realm. Although he had not reached the god realm, it was still very terrifying. In the distance, the giant python looked down at Yi Xian. "Human." His voice was deep and carried a sense of oppression. Yi Xian nodded. The giant python stared at Yi Xian. "Scram." Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. In the next moment, he suddenly transformed into a ray of light that shot out explosively. "Impudent." The giant python roared angrily. It directly collided with Yi Xian. Its strength was so great that it directly tore through space. Yi Xian's sword slashed at the python's head, and a sword light erupted from the python's head. Yi Xian retreated rapidly, but the python's head was also split open and blood splattered. Seeing that it had been injured by a human, the giant python was furious. It roared and was about to speak when a sword suddenly pierced its right eye. Boom. Blood splattered from the python's right eye, but the sword did not stop. It went straight through the python's body. Roar. A shrill scream suddenly resounded from the sky. In the air, the giant python trembled violently, then fell from the sky and finally smashed heavily to the ground. It was not dead yet. Yi Xian did not kill it as long as he won. He opened his palm and the sword flew back into his hand. Then he walked into the distance. On the ground, the giant python stared at Yi Xian. Human. Yi Xian still did not look back. At this moment, the giant python suddenly roared, "Human, this lord will not let you go." At this moment, a ray of light suddenly descended from the sky, and finally stabbed straight into the giant python's head. The giant python's voice stopped abruptly. In the distance, Yi Xian opened his palm, and a sword broke out of the giant python's body, and finally fell steadily into Yi Xian's hand. Yi Xian inserted the sword into the scabbard and continued to move forward. Along the way, Yi Xian closed his eyes slightly, thinking about the previous battle with the giant python. If it was a normal battle, it would have been impossible for him to kill this giant python so easily. Because although his sword-drawing technique could break the giant python's defense, it was not fatal. The reason why he was able to kill this giant python with one sword was because of the instantaneous slash. Of course, it was not just an instantaneous slash, but he found the giant python's weakness. Obviously, although the giant python's body was strong, its eyes were not. This reminded him of himself. Previously, he had a divine state body and his eyelids were very hard, but his eyes did not have such a strong defense. If someone's sword was so fast that he could not react and the sword pierced through his eyes, he might also be killed in an instant. Weakness. As a swordsman, one must be good at finding weaknesses, and starting from the weakness would yield twice the result with half the effort. Yi Xian recollected his thoughts and quickened his pace. About an hour later he walked to the end of the valley. At the end of the valley Yi Xian stopped, because in front of him was a giant python's head. It was the giant python that he had killed before. And on this giant python's head sat a man wearing a green robe, and the top of his head was densely covered with small snakes. These small snakes wriggled and looked extremely horrifying. The man looked at Yi Xian and just looked at him, there was a trace of an evil smile on his face. Yi Xian did not speak and continued to move forward. When he was about 100 feet away from the man suddenly turned into a green light and disappeared. Yi Xian drew his sword and slashed. Boom. Where the sword light landed, green light swirled and the man retreated repeatedly. However, the space around Yi Xian began to rot directly. Venom. Yi Xian's brows knit together slightly. He took a step forward and activated his sword domain. In the next moment, countless rays of light crisscrossed and intersected within his sword domain, and it didn't take long for the venom around him to be completely destroyed. The man in the distance frowned. Domain. Yi Xian glanced at the man, and the man spoke in a low voice. Human, why have you come here? Yi Xian gazed at the man. I'm just passing by. The man stared at Yi Xian. Passing by? Yi Xian nodded. The man gazed at Yi Xian for a short moment before he said, I'll let you pass. Yi Xian shook his head. Let's fight first. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin suddenly vanished on the spot, and a strand of sword light appeared in front of the man. The man's eyes narrowed slightly as he suddenly smashed his fist forward, and the space around him trembled. Rumble. The sword light was blasted apart, and the man was pushed over 100 m back. He just stopped when Yi Xian appeared in front of him again, and then Yi Xian swiftly drew his sword and slashed. A trace of ferocity flashed through the man's eyes, and then he swiftly raised his hands. In an instant, the space where he and Yi Xian resided had turned dark green. Yi Xian immediately withdrew his sword and retreated 300 m away. He gazed at his sword. The supreme sword had turned dark green, and it was being corroded. Fortunately, it possessed the ability to repair itself. However, his right hand didn't possess the ability to repair itself, so a large portion of it had been corroded to the point his bones were visible. If he hadn't retreated quickly, then not to mention his hand, even his entire body would have been crippled. After all, his body didn't possess the ability to repair itself. The man gazed at Yi Xian. Do you still want to fight? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot, and then a strand of sword light flashed. The man took a step forward and smashed his fist forward, and countless strands of green liquid swept out from his fist. Poison. When facing the poison, Yi Xian immediately activated the sword domain. In the next moment, countless rays of sword light slashed down towards the man. This time, the man actually didn't dodge at all, and he allowed Yi Xian's sword to stab his chest. However, Yi Xian's sword had merely pierced half an inch into his chest before it was unable to go any further. On the other hand, Yi Xian's expression changed drastically, and he instantly retreated explosively by over 1 kilometer. As soon as he stopped moving, the supreme sword in his hand had turned dark green. Moreover, a strand of formidable poison was moving along the sword and spreading towards his right hand. Yi Xian's right hand suddenly shook, and then a strand of formidable sword intent surged out from it. The poison was eliminated, but the skin on his right hand had been completely corroded. Yi Xian's face fell when he witnessed this scene. The man gazed at Yi Xian from afar. "You've come to temper yourself." Yi Xian didn't answer the man. He gazed at the supreme sword in his hand. "Why was my sword unable to resist this poison? It's definitely not because of my sword. My sword isn't strong enough." He didn't execute insta-kill because he wanted to temper his ability in close combat. Insta-kill was very formidable, but if a demon beast's physical defense was at the god rank realm, then his insta-kill would be useless. At that time, it would be a competition of close combat. However, he hadn't imagined that the man's poison would actually be so formidable. Under the circumstances that he didn't execute insta-kill, it was utterly impossible for him to attack. Meanwhile, the man spoke again. "Do you still want to fight?" Yi Xian glanced at his right hand. His right hand had almost recovered. Even though he didn't have the undying bloodline, his body possessed a certain level of ability to recover. Of course, it was far inferior to the undying bloodline. If he had the undying bloodline, then he could bathe in this poison. Unfortunately, he didn't. Yi Xian restrained his thoughts and gazed at the man. In the next moment, he vanished on the spot. In the distance, the man's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly clenched his fists. In an instant, the space around him turned dark green. Poison. Suddenly, a strand of mysterious energy enveloped the man. In the next moment, countless rays of light crisscrossed and slashed within the sword domain, and the poison was instantly slashed into pieces. At the same time, a sword slashed towards the man's head. The man frowned slightly. He was just about to attack when the sword suddenly vanished. The man was slightly stunned. In the next moment, he swiftly turned around and smashed his fist forward. A strand of light slashed from his fist, but it vanished as soon as it came into contact with his fist. In the next moment, countless rays of light appeared around the man. Numerous sounds of slashing resounded incessantly. However, it only lasted for an instant. An instant later, the rays of light and the sword domain had vanished, and Yi Xian had returned to where he stood earlier. At this moment, the man's entire body was densely covered in scars. The man was just about to attack when Yi Xian had returned to where he stood earlier, and he was stunned. But in the next moment, Yi Xian had appeared in front of him again. A few dozen rays of light flickered around the man, but Yi Xian had returned to where he stood in an instant. This stunned the man who was about to counterattack. Because Yi Xian had fled by the time he was about to counterattack. Exhaustion. Fleeing after touching him a few times. Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot again. The man's pupils constricted, and he smashed his fist forward. However, he was stunned by this punch. Because Yi Xian hadn't attacked at all. His punch had struck a lonely figure. But right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly vanished once more. The man's expression changed abruptly because a sword had arrived directly above his head. The man clenched his fists tightly, and then countless strands of poison swept out from within him. However, Yi Xian had returned to where he stood at the instant the poison appeared. The poison had struck loneliness as well. Yi Xian was about to attack again when the man suddenly said, "Stop." Yi Xian gazed at the man and the man gazed at Yi Xian. "Big brother, I surrender. You can leave." As he spoke, he moved aside and made way for Qin Shi. Yi Xian was speechless. Chapter 15-14. At that moment, the man felt aggrieved. This was because speed was his weakness. His speed could not match up to Yi Xian's. Hence, if Yi Xian used this shameless method and Yi Xian's sword could break through his defense, there was nothing he could do. He could only admit defeat. If this went on, he would be exhausted to death. Yi Xian looked at the man and blinked. "Not fighting anymore?" The man shook his head. "Not fighting anymore. Admit defeat. Go away." Yi Xian was speechless. In fact, he was fighting with all his might. This was because he had learned a new way of fighting. In the past, he relied on his strong physique and bloodline power to face everything head-on. Of course, he could take it head-on. However, this made his swordsmanship very monotonous. What if he could not take it head-on? It was just like when he met someone as strong as the third lady. He still remembered the sparring session with the third lady. From the beginning to the end, he was completely suppressed. What? Because he did not know how to change. If he met someone weaker than him, he could take it head-on. However, what if he met someone stronger than him? Swordsmanship was not a static thing. Just like earlier, he chose to take it head-on, but that would result in both of them suffering. This was because the man's venom could pose a threat to him, but after he changed his method, he was able to suppress the man. In the past, his swordsmanship had reached the stage of sword transformation, but at this moment he finally understood what transformation meant. Thinking of this, Yi Xian shook his head and smiled. He was glad that he met that swordsman. Otherwise, he would still be lost in external forces. There were some things that others said were useless. Only those who experienced it themselves would understand the truth. Just like when people say that it hurts to be cut by a knife, you would know the pain. However, if the knife did not cut you, you would not know how painful it was, and you would not know what it felt like. At this moment, he gradually understood the real reason why swordsmen asked him to leave this mountain range. Yi Xian sheathed his sword and looked at the man. Sorry for the offense. After that, he continued to move forward. He came here to gain experience. If it wasn't necessary, he naturally wouldn't make enemies. Meanwhile, the man suddenly said, "You want to walk out like this?" Yi Xian stopped in his tracks. He looked at the man and nodded. Yes. The man shook his head. You won't be able to leave. Yi Xian smiled and asked, why? The man looked at Yi Xian. You'd better go back now. Otherwise you'll definitely die inside. Yi Xian was puzzled. Why do you say that? The man said indifferently, your arrival has already alarmed us. Right now, countless greater demons already know of you. There are many great demons ahead waiting for you. They are all betting on how far you can go. Yi Xian blinked. You all know me? The man nodded. Yi Xian hesitated for a moment before he said, is it really that exaggerated? The man said calmly, it has already been close to 100 years since a human has set foot here. As soon as you step in here, we can smell the scent of a human. Yi Xian smiled sheepishly. You won't gang up on me, right? The man was expressionless. Don't worry, we won't gang up on you. We don't want to gang up on you. But I can tell you that the road ahead of you will be very difficult. Yi Xian said solemnly, what rank do you belong to here? The man glanced at Yi Xian. I refuse to answer this question. Yi Xian was speechless. The man didn't say anything else. He turned around and left. Soon he disappeared into the distance. Where he stood, Yi Xian was silent for a moment before he continued forward. Fight your way out. This was the mission that swordsman had given him. Yi Xian gripped the sword in his hand tightly and smiled coldly. When have I ever been afraid of anyone? Soon Yi Xian disappeared at the end of the valley. Out of the valley, there was a vast plain with no end in sight. Yi Xian continued forward. After walking for about 15 minutes, the ground in front of him suddenly began to tremble. Yi Xian stopped and looked into the distance. At the end of his line of sight, he could vaguely see a demon beast. This demon beast was huge and had 6 legs. On its back were 2 huge pairs of black wings. As the wings flapped, the space in front of them was directly torn apart. At this moment, this demon beast was charging toward Yi Xian. At the same time, a powerful aura directly locked onto Yi Xian. The speed of the demonic beast was getting faster and faster, and its aura was getting stronger and stronger. When it was only 10,000 feet away from Yi Xian felt as if a magnificent army was charging towards him. It was unstoppable. Yi Xian's expression was extremely solemn. He gripped the sword in his hand tightly in his left hand. He had never felt such a powerful aura before. The mysterious woman and the others very rarely released their aura. Meanwhile, the demon beast was growing faster and faster, and its aura was actually increasing explosively at an extremely swift speed. Moreover, the space in front of Yi Xian had actually started to warp. I can't go against it. Such a thought suddenly arose in Yi Xian's mind. Yi Xian's face was gloomy. He knew that he'd lost the initiative. At this moment he'd been completely crushed in terms of aura. Retreat? If he retreated, then he'd be in an absolutely disadvantageous position. Moreover, he couldn't retreat because his opponent's aura had completely locked down this area of space. At this moment he'd lost the initiative. If he attacked, then he could only go head-on against his opponent's aura. He wasn't confident at all. Yi Xian felt slightly aggrieved. At this moment he thought of his body at the God realm. If he still had his body, then would he have to suffer such grievances? Without giving it any further thought, Yi Xian took a step forward, and his sword domain directly enveloped the demon beast that had charged towards him. However, in an instant his countenance turned pale. At the same time, his sword domain started to crack inch by inch. At this moment Yi Xian couldn't be bothered about anything else, and he immediately drew his sword and slashed. Bang! An expanse of sword light descended, and then Yi Xian's figure was blasted flying. He flew for over 3 kilometers before he smashed onto the ground, and he smashed open a hole that was over 30 m deep. Within the hole Yi Xian's right hand trembled while blood sprayed incessantly from his mouth. He'd been heavily injured by this strike. Strength. This time he hadn't just been suppressed by the demon beast's imposing aura, he'd even been suppressed by its strength. The demon beast's strength far surpassed his strength. After all, he didn't possess the strength of his body anymore, so his pure strength of the sword Dao couldn't compare to that demon beast. Yi Xian didn't give it any further thought and immediately crawled up from the ground. Meanwhile, the demon beast that far surpassed him leaped up and smashed towards him. This collision was like a mountain smashing towards him, and Yi Xian's expression changed abruptly. He suddenly stomped his foot on the ground and transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. When he appeared once more, he was over 100 m away, and the expanse of space where he stood earlier had collapsed. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene. Because the strength of this demon beast was even stronger than his body at the god realm. The demon beast immediately turned around after its attack missed, and it gazed at Yi Xian with a ferocious glow in its eyes. Yi Xian held his sword in his right hand while blood was still flowing from the corners of his mouth. Right at this moment, the demon beast suddenly vanished on the spot. Yi Xian's pupils constricted abruptly. Damn it. Not only is this fellow's strength so formidable, his speed is actually so swift as well. Yi Xian didn't give it any further thought and immediately executed insta-kill. This strike slashed directly at the demon beast's right eye. However, right at this moment, the demon beast suddenly closed its eye. Bang! Yi Xian's sword was directly blasted away. Yi Xian was stunned. Damn it. What's that even possible? Meanwhile, the demon beast had already charged over to him, and Yi Xian's expression changed drastically. He was utterly unable to dodge at such a distance, and he didn't even have his sword in his hand. So, he could only use his body to go against it. He had no choice but to go against it. Yi Xian suddenly crossed his arms before pushing them forward. Bang! Along with the sound of 2 bones breaking, Yi Xian's figure was blasted flying for over 10 kilometers, and he spat out a few mouthfuls of blood essence as soon as he stopped. The demon beast didn't attack again, and it just gazed at Yi Xian with eyes filled with ridicule. So weak. I've been looked down upon. Yi Xian glanced at the demon beast. At this moment, the bones in his arms had been shattered. Regardless of whether it was in terms of speed or strength, he didn't have any advantage at all. How should I fight it? Flee? Running away was the best choice. However, he didn't want to flee. Can I not use my sword just because I don't have my hands? Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and the supreme sword in the distance suddenly transformed into a ray of light that slashed at the demon beast. However, the demon beast didn't dodge at all and allowed the sword to strike its body. Bang! The ray of light shattered while Yi Xian's sword was blasted away, and there was only a mark on the demon beast's head. Yi Xian was speechless. The demon beast gazed at Yi Xian and laughed with ridicule. That's it. Yi Xian fell silent. Now he'd realized how abnormal his strength was. If one's body was sufficiently strong, then one would be invincible. Right at this moment, the demon beast suddenly leaped up and collided with Yi Xian again. Yi Xian's pupils constricted, and he tapped the ground with the tip of his foot and floated backwards. He just floated away when the space in front of him had turned pitch black. Yi Xian seemed to have thought of something when he saw that pitch black space, and he suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, causing a mysterious force to envelop the demon beast. Darkness. At the instant the darkness appeared, the pitch-black space where the demon beast resided started to explode apart, and the demon beast was blasted over 100 m away. At this moment, numerous cracks had appeared on its body. Yi Xian was delighted when he witnessed this scene. Darkness. The power of the darkness depended on the amount of dark matter energy, and after the demon beast crashed into that space, the dark space was filled with dark matter energy. He directly used the darkness to detonate the dark matter energy in that space. He hadn't expected the power to be so great. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian's mind moved, and an illusory dark energy sword suddenly condensed in that dark space. In the next moment, the sword slashed towards the demon beast in the distance. This sword didn't just contain the darkness, it also contained the sword domain. The power of the 2 domains combined. The demon beast didn't dodge and chose to take it head-on. Boom. The sword slashed against the demon beast's head, and the demon beast retreated over 100 m away. At the same time, a bloody mark appeared on its head. The demon beast was stunned. Its defense had been broken? The demon beast looked at Yi Xian, and Yi Xian twisted his buttocks and smiled wickedly. That's it? That's it? That's it? The demon beast was speechless. P.S. Asking for votes. Asking for support. Chapter 15:15. The demon beast was infuriated. It leaped up and smashed towards Yi Xian. This collision was simply capable of obliterating the world, and the space in its path collapsed inch by inch. Yi Xian's eyelids twitched when he witnessed this scene. Damn it. This demon beast is really strong. He didn't give it any further thought, and he issued a command in his heart. The supreme sword in the distance suddenly transformed into a ray of light that slashed towards the demon beast. At the same time he retreated explosively. Bang! His sword had just struck the demon beast's head when it was blasted flying. But at this moment, Yi Xian had retreated over 1 kilometer away. The demon beast was just about to attack once more when the distant Yi Xian grinned instead. The demon beast's expression instantly changed drastically when it saw Yi Xian's smile. Because the space it was in had already collapsed from the collision, and it was within this spatial black hole. Moreover, it was filled with dark matter energy. The demon beast was about to retreat when Yi Xian suddenly said, "Explode!" Bang! The pitch-black space suddenly exploded, and all the dark matter energy inside was detonated by Yi Xian with the dark domain. This explosion was simply capable of obliterating the world. With the demon beast at the center, the space in an area of over 3 kilometers was instantly turned pitch black. At this moment, both man and beast were within a spatial black hole. When the demon beast stopped moving, many of its scales had exploded apart and it was badly mangled. However, this wasn't the end of it. Because both it and Yi Xian were within a dark space, and there was boundless dark matter energy here. Yi Xian grinned as he gazed at the demon beast, and then he issued a command in his heart. In an instant, the dark matter energy in the surroundings suddenly transformed into numerous energy swords. In an instant, Yi Xian had transformed into over 100,000 energy swords. The demon beast's expression instantly changed when it saw those energy swords. It started to retreat slowly. Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward, and his sword domain enveloped the demon beast. In the next moment he suddenly roared furiously, "Explode!" As soon as he finished speaking, the energy swords transformed into rays of sword light that slashed towards the demonic beast. The pupils of the demon beast constricted abruptly. Its wings suddenly unfolded, and then they transformed into a wing shield that blocked in front of it in a defensive posture. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, one explosion after another sounded out from within the black hole. This continued for a full 15 minutes before the energy swords finished exploding. By this time, the demon beast had been forced back more than 3,000 meters. At this moment, the demonic beast's appearance could not be said to be a little miserable. This was because its pair of wings had been shattered and its body was covered in bloody sword wounds. Blood spurted out from its body like a fountain. Fortunately, its body was big enough. Otherwise, it would have died from the spurting. At this moment, Yi Xian's face was extremely pale. Weakness. Right now, he felt incomparably weak. Controlling 2 domains and so many sword chi was extremely taxing on his stamina. That attack just now had almost exhausted him. After losing his God Realm body, his body was not as good as before. The demon beast suddenly raised its head and gazed at Yi Xian, and its eyes were filled with killing intent and viciousness. "Human! You've infuriated me." Yi Xian blinked and said, "Look around you." The demon beast glanced at the surroundings. At this moment, it and Yi Xian were still within the black hole. Moreover, the black hole had grown even larger from the force of the attack just now. The demon beast's eyelids twitched when it witnessed this scene. It noticed that Yi Xian's strength was much stronger within such a black hole. Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and then the dark energy in the surroundings suddenly started trembling. It didn't take long for over a dozen energy swords formed from dark energy to appear in front of Yi Xian. The demon beast's face twitched when it witnessed this scene, and it stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Human! Do you dare? Use a sword? What the fuck?" Yi Xian's jaw almost hit the floor when he heard this, and he gazed at the demon beast with slight disbelief. "Are you even human?" The demon beast roared furiously, "I'm not human." Yi Xian was speechless. The demon beast stared fixedly at Yi Xian. "Human. Do you dare to fight me without using a sword?" Yi Xian gazed at the demon beast and shook his head. "I thought that my skin was thick enough, but I never expected that there would be someone even thicker. Tell me, if I don't use a sword, then what should I use?" Fight you with my head? The demon beast roared furiously, as long as you don't use a sword, you can use anything. Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it. Is this demon beast underage? It's actually speaking such childish words. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian's pupils constricted, and he gazed at the demon beast. Damn it. You're buying time. As soon as he finished speaking, the black holes in the surroundings actually started to recover slowly. There were laws in the world, and so long as space wasn't directly obliterated, then it could be recovered. At this moment, the space in the surroundings was automatically recovering. This demon beast wasn't stupid, but it was very shrewd. This guy had been stalling for time. The demon beast looked coldly at Yi Xian. Human, you're not that stupid. As it spoke, the surrounding space had already recovered by 60 to 70%. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian's face suddenly sank, and as if he'd thought of something, he suddenly looked at the demon beast. You seem to be badly injured. The demon beast sneered. Aren't you also badly injured? Yi Xian blinked. Do you have any other enemies in this mountain range? Hearing this, the demon beast frowned. Seeing this scene, Yi Xian chuckled. If we continue to fight, both sides will only suffer. How about this? Let's both recuperate first, and then continue fighting after we've recovered. He needed time now as well because the bones in his arms had been shattered by this demon beast. But it was good because it allowed him to comprehend the combination of the sword domain and darkness domain. It could be said that his sword would become even stronger after they were combined. Especially when his opponent or himself shattered the space in the surroundings. Under such circumstances, his combat strength would increase by an unknown amount while he was within the sword domain. The sword domain naturally couldn't be considered as an external force. Moreover, he'd even combined the sword domain and darkness domain. This could be said to be an extension of his sword Dao. The demon beast fell silent when it heard Yi Xian. It was naturally not stupid, and it knew that if they continued fighting, then it was very likely that both sides would suffer heavy injuries. Moreover, if it were to suffer heavy injuries now, then once its enemy took advantage of the situation, then it would be extremely disadvantageous to it. After all, it didn't have any deep enmity with this human before it, and they were merely on different sides. When it thought up to here, the demon beast gazed at Yi Xian. Then let's rest for a while before we continue fighting. Yi Xian nodded. All right. The demonic beast slowly retreated, but Yi Xian did not move. He had to watch the demonic beast retreat. Otherwise, if the demonic beast launched a surprise attack, it would be very difficult for him to defend against it in his current state. After the demonic beast left, Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and began to recuperate. Without the power of the bloodline, he could only use Shen Qi to repair his body. Although it was very slow, he had no other choice. While he was recuperating, he kept thinking about the fight with the demon beast. In the beginning, he was crushed by the demonic beast's aura, which led to him being suppressed. Imposing manner. Yi Xian took a deep breath. He had used his sword force before, but he realized that his force was much weaker than the demonic beast's. What was momentum? Yi Xian he fell into deep thought. He suddenly discovered that after he abandoned his physical body and bloodline power, he could discover his own inadequacies at every moment. There were simply too many inadequacies. Just like that, after about 2 hours, Yi Xian's arms recovered to their original state, and the injuries on his body had also recovered by 80% to 90%. Yi Xian stood up and moved his body. The bones in his body immediately made cracking sounds. Yi Xian took a deep breath. He opened his left hand and the unparalleled sword appeared in his hand. Looking at the sword in his hand, Yi Xian smiled slightly and continued forward. He realized that the moment he held the sword, he was more confident than before. This confidence was something that he had fought for. Yi Xian continued forward. After about 2 hours, he saw the demonic beast that fought with him earlier. At this moment, the demonic beast's injuries had almost recovered. The demonic beast looked at Yi Xian with a much calmer gaze than before. Yi Xian suddenly smiled and said, "Come and fight." As soon as his voice fell, he suddenly charged towards the demonic beast. He was charging. The demonic beast was instantly stunned when it saw Yi Xian suddenly charge over. This fellow is actually taking the initiative to attack? When Yi Xian charged towards the demonic beast, he had a smile on his face as if he was certain that he would be able to eat the demonic beast. At the same time, a strand of sword energy enveloped the demonic beast. The demonic beast frowned slightly as it gazed at Yi Xian. Yi Xian's gaze and smile made it feel very uncomfortable, and it felt like Yi Xian was certain that he would be able to eat it. The demonic beast suddenly leaped up and directly collided with Yi Xian. This collision caused the space around it to tremble, but it didn't shatter. Obviously, it had restrained its strength. It had no choice but to retract its strength. Once space shattered, then this human's combat strength would instantly soar. It was still slightly afraid of those two domains. The human and beast had chosen to fight head-on as soon as they met. When Yi Xian arrived above the demonic beast's head, he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Sword drawing technique. This strike directly tore space apart. At the same time, the sword domain appeared along with it. Bang! Yi Xian's sword struck the demonic beast's head. In an instant, his figure was blasted flying while the demonic beast was blasted down from the sky by the formidable force within Yi Xian's sword. In the end, it crashed heavily onto the ground. As soon as it crashed onto the ground, the demonic beast stood up, and it raised its head to look at Yi Xian, who was in the distance. At this moment, Yi Xian was already over 1 kilometer away from it. The demonic beast revealed a savage smile and was about to attack. However, right at this moment, a crack resounded as the space in front of it collapsed completely. In an instant, the space in front of it had become pitch black. The demonic beast's expression changed drastically when it witnessed this scene, and it was about to retreat. However, right at this moment, countless dark energy swords had suddenly appeared within the darkness. In the next moment, these dark energy swords shot violently towards it. Moreover, it possessed the sword domain. The demonic beast's face twitched slightly. This time, it didn't choose to go head-on against Chen Shi's attack. It just turned around and leaped, and it instantly appeared 3 kilometers away. Yi Xian was stunned when he witnessed this scene. Damn it! This fellow isn't going to go head-on against me? The demonic beast gazed at Yi Xian from afar. It didn't move, and it was waiting for the shattered space to repair itself. On the other hand, Yi Xian naturally understood the demonic beast's intentions. So, he just didn't allow the space to repair itself, and he constantly used his swords to destroy the space in front of him. Just like that, the human and the demonic beast stood in confrontation. This confrontation lasted for an entire day and night. Neither was willing to retreat. In the distance, the demonic beast gazed at Yi Xian and sneered. "Human, aren't you tired?" Yi Xian fell silent. Damn it! This fellow intends to fight me to the end. Chapter 15-16. The demon beast immediately lay down on the ground and prepared to fight a long battle. Yi Xian glanced at the demon beast. He was helpless against it when it acted wretchedly. Even though his sword was swift, it wasn't able to instantly annihilate the demon beast. Moreover, he could only suppress it by utilizing his sword domain. However, the demon beast would flee as soon as he tore open space. Most importantly, the demon beast would pursue him as soon as he retreated. It was trying to fight a battle of attrition with him. Yi Xian was slightly speechless because no one could do anything to this demon beast. Doubto. But he couldn't afford to waste time. As if he'd thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and ran. The demon beast suddenly leaped up and smashed against Yi Xian when it saw this scene. Everywhere it passed, space warped, but it didn't shatter because it controlled its strength. Yi Xian suddenly stopped in the distance, and then he swiftly drew his sword and slashed it forward. The target of this attack wasn't the demon beast but the space in front of him. As soon as his sword descended, the space in front of him shattered. However, the demon beast suddenly stopped. In the next moment, it turned around and leaped over 3 kilometers away. However, a sword suddenly slashed down towards it as soon as it stopped. The space in front of the demon beast was instantly torn apart. The demon beast's pupils constricted when it saw space being torn apart, and it didn't even hesitate to turn around and flee. It was extremely swift, and it was 3 kilometers away in the blink of an eye. However, another sword slashed down towards it as soon as it stopped fleeing. But space wasn't torn apart this time. The demon beast didn't retreat this time, and it allowed Yi Xian's sword to strike its head. Bang! An expanse of sword light shattered. The demon beast forcefully resisted this attack. This time, it didn't allow Yi Xian's sword to fly away. It suddenly slapped Yi Xian's sword to the ground, and then it pressed down forcefully onto Yi Xian's sword. The demon beast gazed at Yi Xian and sneered, "Human, you don't have a sword anymore." Yi Xian fell silent, and his expression seemed to be quite unsightly. The demon beast smiled with slight complacency, "Human, you're anxious. It's my turn." As it spoke, it suddenly leaped up to the top of Yi Xian's head, and then it suddenly slapped its palm towards Yi Xian. As the palm descended, it felt like a mountain was pressing down on him. The space around Yi Xian directly twisted into a strange spatial vortex. The space did not shatter. Yi Xian was a little shocked. This demonic beast's control over its own strength was not ordinary. Without much thought, he opened his palm, and the executing heaven sword appeared in his hand. In the next moment he suddenly slashed forward. The target of this slash was still not the demonic beast but the space in front of him. The space he was in was already on the verge of collapse due to the power of the demonic beast. As he slashed down with his sword, the space instantly collapsed. However, Yi Xian was sent flying. That was because the strength of his sword was not as strong as the strength of the demonic beast. However, the moment he flew out, countless energy swords suddenly appeared in the shattered space. In the next moment, those energy swords were directly detonated by Yi Xian. Rumble. Between heaven and earth, a deafening explosion sounded like a clap of thunder. In an instant, the demonic beast was directly blasted away. However, that was not the end of it. When the sword chi was detonated by Yi Xian, the space within a radius of tens of thousands of miles was directly blasted apart and turned pitch black. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly roared furiously, "Condense!" As soon as he spoke, the dark energy directly transformed into numerous energy swords. In an instant, over 100,000 energy swords were condensed. However, Yi Xian's face also turned pale at this moment. The consumption was too great. Without thinking too much, Yi Xian was about to detonate the sword chi when the demonic beast in the distance suddenly roared furiously, "Human, I surrender!" Surrender? Hearing this, Yi Xian was directly stunned. He looked at the demonic beast. At this moment, the demonic beast was completely mutilated. Especially its wings, one of which had even been blasted off. It looked extremely miserable. The demonic beast looked at Yi Xian. "You win." As soon as it finished speaking, it turned around and fled, and it vanished at the end of the plains in the distance in the blink of an eye. Yi Xian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the demonic beast flee. Actually, he was unable to detonate it any longer. Because he'd already reached his limits, and if he forcefully detonated it, then it would be no different than taking the demonic beast down with him. Yi Xian sat cross-legged on the ground and started to recuperate. He was completely exhausted from the battle with the demonic beast earlier, and if this demonic beast hadn't been slightly careless, then he might have really been exhausted to death by it. Needless to say, this battle with the demonic beast allowed him to notice many things that he was lacking in. Speed wasn't absolute. Even though his speed crushed the demonic beast, his strength was insufficient, and his sword was unable to pose a lethal threat to a demon beast at the god rank realm. The speed of his sword was barely fast enough, but it wasn't strong enough. Fortunately, he gained quite a bit from the battle with the demonic beast, and the greatest gain was his grasp of the sword domain. His current sword domain wasn't as useless as it was in the past. After an hour, Yi Xian stood up and stretched his body. At this moment, his body had already mostly recovered. Needless to say, he still slightly missed the god rank realm physical body and undying bloodline from before. With the god rank realm physical body and undying bloodline, he could forcefully exhaust that demonic beast to death. Of course, without the god rank realm physical body and undying bloodline now, he wasn't afraid of that demonic beast. Yi Xian glanced at the sword in his hand, and then he grinned lightly and continued forward. Even he himself didn't notice that his mentality had already undergone a change. More and more confident. And this confidence came from the sword in his hand. 4 hours later, Yi Xian walked out of that plain. He stood on the spot, and before him was a dense forest that had no end. Yi Xian glanced to the left and right at the horizon. At this moment, the sky was already dark. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian glanced at that dense forest. The dense forest was very quiet, and there wasn't the slightest sound. It's definitely not normal. Yi Xian glanced to his left and right and he realized that he could take a detour, but it would only take 1 to 4 more hours. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian finally did not choose to take a detour, because he was here to gain experience. Wherever there was danger he would go. After entering the dense forest, his vision instantly darkened, and a sense of oppression assaulted his face. Yi Xian walked slowly, unhurriedly. At this moment Yi Xian stopped and around him the trees suddenly trembled. Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes, and a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, "Human?" Yi Xian nodded. That voice was a little surprised. "Human, how dare you step into this place?" Yi Xian smiled, "To gain experience." That voice said, "But it's very dangerous here." Yi Xian opened his eyes, he glanced around and there was nothing around. At this moment that voice laughed, "Human, you can't see me." Yi Xian smiled, "Why?" That voice said, "Because I'm a wood spirit." Do you know what a wood spirit is? A spirit of heaven and earth. Yi Xian was slightly shocked. This mountain range didn't just have demon beasts, there were also spirits of heaven and earth. At this moment, the wood spirit said, "Human, ahead is the territory of the great ferocious beast demon king Shiotsu. That demon beast is very very powerful, and his temper is very very bad. You must not go or you'll die." Yi Xian said with a smile, "Why did you remind me?" Wood spirit said, "Because if I don't warn you, you might die." Yi Xian was stunned and then he smiled, "Thank you." Wood spirit smiled, "You're welcome, quickly go back." Yi Xian shook his head, "I can't go back." Wood spirit was slightly puzzled, "Why?" Yi Xian smiled, "I want to become stronger." Wood spirit said, "But I feel that you're already very strong." Yi Xian smiled, "Not enough." Wood spirit said, "I understand. You want to become even stronger." Yi Xian smiled, "Yes." As he spoke, he continued forward. Meanwhile, a wooden bottle suddenly floated over to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was slightly puzzled, "What's this?" Wood spirit said, "Essence wood spirit liquid, it can be used to heal injuries. Keep it for yourself." Yi Xian smiled. Needless to say, these spirits of heaven and earth were very kind indeed. He could sense the wood spirit's kindness, that kind of sincere kindness. Yi Xian didn't refuse. He put the wooden bottle away and smiled, "Thank you." Wood spirit smiled, "You're welcome. Human, take care." Yi Xian nodded and smiled, "I'll give you something as well." As he spoke, he opened his palm, and strands of violet energy floated towards the surroundings. Meanwhile, the wood spirit was shocked. "Wow! Human, what kind of violet energy is this? The energy here is actually so pure, I've never seen such pure energy." Yi Xian smiled, "Do you like it?" Meanwhile, a woman suddenly appeared not too far away from Yi Xian. She wore a green dress, had exquisite features and seemed like a fairy. The woman's eyes opened wide as she gazed at the violet energy, and she was very shocked. Yi Xian smiled, "I'll give it all to you." The woman gazed at Yi Xian and blinked, "You're giving it all to me?" Yi Xian nodded, "Yes." The woman hesitated for a moment and said, "It's very precious." Yi Xian waved the wooden bottle in his hand and smiled, "This is very precious as well." The woman shook her head, "It's not as precious as this violet energy. This violet energy might be able to allow me to evolve." Yi Xian smiled, "Quickly accept it." The woman hesitated for a moment and said, "Then I'll accept it." Yi Xian nodded, "Take it." The woman gazed at Yi Xian and said in a soft voice, "Thank you." As she spoke, she sniffed lightly, and the violet energy instantly entered her body. As soon as the violet energy entered her body suddenly trembled, and then a strand of pure energy swept out from within her. At the same time, the trees in her surroundings actually started wriggling. Yi Xian sized the woman up. She's about to break through. Is Xiaota's energy so terrifying? The violet energy he gave the woman earlier wasn't his own, but it was from Xiaota. Yi Xian thought for a moment, and then he asked Xiaota to withdraw some violet energy. In next to no time, the surroundings were covered in violet energy. Yi Xian glanced at the woman before he left. He didn't know how long it would take for the woman to break through, but he knew that it would definitely take a long time. So, he couldn't waste too much time here. 2 hours later, Yi Xian walked out of the dense forest. As soon as he walked out, a voice suddenly resounded from not too far away, "I've been waiting for you." Chapter 15-17. Yi Xian looked up, and there was a demon beast standing not too far away from him. The demon beast was like an ape and it was as strong as a hill. Its arms were like pillars and it had a tail behind it. Demon King Xiuqiu. Xiuqiu looked down at Yi Xian. "Human, you want to go through the Great Desolation Mountain Range?" Yi Xian nodded. Xiuqiu spread its legs and smiled, "Don't say that I didn't give you a chance. Come, go under my crotch." Yi Xian nodded and then he walked over to Xiuqiu. In the next moment he suddenly drew his sword and stabbed it towards Xiuqiu's crotch. Bang! A ray of light stabbed Xiuqiu's crotch, but Xiuqiu's crotch wasn't damaged at all. After his attack failed, Yi Xian instantly retreated 300 m. Xiuqiu looked down at Yi Xian, patted his crotch and sneered, "That's it?" Yi Xian clenched his sword tightly in his left hand. The defense of Xiuqiu's body was even stronger than the demon beast he'd encountered earlier. Another tough nut to crack. However, there wasn't a trace of fear in his eyes, and there was even more excitement. Xiuqiu sneered, "A tiny ant dares to trespass into my Great Desolation Mountain Range? You really don't know your place." Right at this moment, Yi Xian suddenly said, You talk a lot of bullshit. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. A ray of light slashed down towards Xiao Chu's head. Xiao Chu sneered and didn't dodge, allowing Yi Xian's sword to strike its head. Bah! The ray of light exploded, but there wasn't even a mark left on Xiao Chu's head. However, the space above its head had been slashed apart. Xiao Chu looked at Yi Xian and ridiculed, "Human you!" Suddenly, over 100 dark swords of energy appeared in the pitch-black space above its head. Xiao Chu frowned slightly when it sensed this scene and it looked up. Meanwhile, the dark swords of energy exploded. Rumble. Along with an explosion, the space around Xiao Qingxing shattered apart, and the powerful force blasted Xiao Qingxing 300 m away. At the same time, the space in an area of 3 kilometers had turned pitch black. After elegant capture stopped, its expression directly became hideous because over 100 blood-colored sword scars appeared all over its body. Graceful capture looked at the distant Yi Xian, and at this moment, in front of it was a dense swarm of dark energy swords, numbering in the tens of thousands. In the distance, Yi Xian suddenly issued a command in his heart, and the tens of thousands of swords shot directly towards Xiao Chu. Xiao Chu's eyes narrowed slightly when he witnessed this scene. In the next moment he took a step forward and suddenly smashed his fist forward. This punch shook the heavens and earth. Rumble. In the blink of an eye, countless energy swords shattered, and numerous explosions resounded ceaselessly while elegant capture retreated explosively. In the process of elegant capture retreating, Yi Xian suddenly vanished on the spot, and in the next moment, sword lights flickered ceaselessly around elegant capture. Chi 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 chi. The sound of sword chi tearing through space resounded incessantly. Just like that, after around 15 minutes passed, Yi Xian returned to where he stood earlier, and all the sword chi had vanished. Elegant capture was still alive. Even though its entire body was covered in blood-red sword scars, they weren't lethal, and they were equivalent to the skin of a human. Yi Xian gazed at elegant capture with a trace of seriousness in his eyes. This demon king's body wasn't just a little bit stronger than the demon beast he'd encountered earlier. Elegant capture glanced at its body, and then it gazed at Yi Xian and ridiculed, "Is that all?" As he spoke, he punched Yi Xian. Bah! A powerful force swept through the surroundings and everywhere it passed, space collapsed inch by inch. The instant Xiao Qingxing punched out, Yi Xian suddenly disappeared from where he stood. In the next moment, a sword fell straight down from above Xiao Qingxing's head. It was extremely fast and it instantly stabbed into Xiao Qingxing's head. Bah! The sword shook violently while Yi Xian felt his arms go numb. It was like he'd stabbed a piece of hard iron. Elegant Capture's head wasn't damaged at all. After his attack failed, Yi Xian immediately stabbed his sword towards Elegant Capture's right eye. Meanwhile, Elegant Capture suddenly closed his eyes. Bah! Yi Xian's attack failed once more. At the same time, a powerful force blasted him flying, and at the instant he was blasted flying, Elegant Capture suddenly turned around and smashed his fist forward. Rumble. The space in front of him shattered into pieces. Yi Xian was blasted 3 kilometers away, and he just stopped when Elegant Capture smashed his fist towards him once more. Yi Xian felt as if a huge mountain was pressing down on him when this punch came. It was suffocating pressure. Yi Xian suddenly stomped his right foot on the ground, and his entire body flashed back 10,000 feet. As soon as he dodged, the space in front of him instantly turned pitch black, and the powerful impact once again blasted him several thousand feet back. After he stopped, Yi Xian suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Sword drawing technique. A ray of sword light shot into the sky and slashed down. In the distance, Elegant Capture suddenly raised his right hand to block. The sword light descended. Bah! Elegant Capture's right arm had forcefully blocked Yi Xian's sword strike. Elegant Capture lowered his right arm, and at this moment, a sword suddenly stabbed towards his throat. Bah! Elegant Capture's body trembled violently, but in the next moment he suddenly smashed his fist forward. Rumble. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly, and he hurriedly raised his sword to block. Bah! Yi Xian was blasted 3 kilometers away along with his sword. After he stopped, a wisp of blood slowly seeped out from the corner of Yi Xian's mouth. He wiped the blood off the corner of his mouth, and then he looked at Elegant Capture. This fellow is too tough. I can't break through his defense. Actually, he could ignite his lifespan to execute the life sword. If he ignited his lifespan now and utilized the sword drawing technique or instant death, then he was entirely capable of breaking through Elegant Capture's defense. However, igniting his lifespan was equivalent to using an external force. Meanwhile, Elegant Capture suddenly leaped up, and then he suddenly smashed his fist towards Yi Xian. Yi Xian's expression changed slightly when he saw this scene, and then his figure shook and vanished on the spot. Bang! Elegant Capture's punch struck empty air, but the space where Yi Xian stood had transformed into an enormous pitch-black hole. Yi Xian didn't utilize the dark domain because even if it was combined with the sword domain, it was still unable to break through Elegant Capture's defense. Elegant Capture's punch struck empty air, and then he turned to look at Yi Xian in the distance and laughed coldly. "Human, do you only know how to dodge?" Yi Xian glanced at Elegant Capture. "Why do you have so much nonsense to say?" As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly vanished on the spot. A strand of sword light instantly slashed against Elegant Capture's chest. However, it still wasn't able to break through Elegant Capture's defense. Elegant Capture raised his hand and punched again. Bang! The sword light shattered into pieces while Yi Xian had retreated over 1 kilometer away. As he retreated, countless flying swords slashed towards Elegant Capture. These flying swords were extremely swift, and they struck all over Elegant Capture's body in the blink of an eye. However, Elegant Capture had forcefully resisted all of them. He resisted them forcefully. Elegant Capture patted his chest and laughed coldly. "Human, you're trying to find a flaw in my defense." Yi Xian fell silent. He was indeed trying to find a flaw in Elegant Capture's defense. Unfortunately, this fellow didn't seem to have any flaws at all. There was nowhere to attack. Elegant Capture suddenly said, "Human?" Yi Xian suddenly spoke angrily. "It's just a fight. Why do you have so much nonsense to say?" As soon as he finished speaking, he vanished on the spot. A strand of sword light flashed. In the distance, Elegant Capture's eyes narrowed slightly, and then he suddenly smashed his arms forward. Rumble. The strand of sword light was instantly shattered. But in the next moment, a few more strands of sword light appeared around it. Just like that, the man and beast entered into battle once more. Yi Xian didn't choose to fight Elegant Capture head-on, and he chose to exhaust it instead. If a single strike couldn't break through its defense, then what about 100, 1,000, or even 10,000? It could only be described as grinding. However, it was very dangerous. Because while Elegant Capture's speed was inferior to his, its strength far surpassed his. So long as he wasn't careful, he might be killed by a single punch. Just like that, Yi Xian forcefully tortured Xiaoqiu for 4 hours. At this moment, Xiaoqiu's body already had many blood-colored sword scars. Although they were not deep, these sword scars were getting deeper and deeper. Because every single strike of Yi Xian's would strike those marks. On the other hand, Elegant Capture grew more and more restless. Because he noticed that he couldn't do anything to Yi Xian. Yi Xian was too wretched. Yi Xian never fought it head-on. Each of its punches had the power to destroy the world. However, Yi Xian just did not take it head-on. That made it extremely angry. And it was exactly because of this that it became more and more agitated as it fought. On the other hand, Yi Xian grew more and more excited as he fought. Because he noticed that the strength of his sword was growing stronger and stronger. Moreover, he also discovered that his reaction speed had become faster. Because the slightest carelessness might cause him to be heavily injured when fighting Elegant Capture. So, he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. He couldn't afford to make any mistakes. Just like this, time passed bit by bit, and Yi Xian tortured Xiaoqiu for an entire 6 hours. At this moment, the sword marks on Xiaoqiu's body were getting deeper and deeper, and its entire body was already dyed red with blood. On the other hand, Yi Xian's countenance was slightly pale. Because he couldn't afford to make any mistakes. So, he'd been maintaining a high degree of concentration throughout these past few hours. Such concentration consumed a lot of his strength. However, he grew more and more excited as he fought. Moreover, he seemed to have entered into a strange state. Presently, his mind was filled with a single thought, and that was to fight. A frenzied battle. Numerous rays of light crisscrossed ceaselessly. Yi Xian's sword was growing faster and sharper. On the other hand, even though Elegant Capture had calmed himself down, he was still helpless against Yi Xian's wretched method of fighting. He'd been constantly waiting for Yi Xian to make a mistake, but Yi Xian just didn't make a mistake. He didn't make a single mistake. Just like that, another 4 hours passed. Yi Xian suddenly dodged backwards and dodged Elegant Kurjan's fatal blow. After he stopped, Elegant Kurjan suddenly said coldly, "Human, if this continues, will you be able to outlast me?" Yi Xian waved the sword in his hand and smiled, "Cut the crap and continue fighting." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a ray of light that vanished on the spot. A ray of light tore through the surroundings. Elegant Capture suddenly spoke fiercely when he witnessed this scene, "Attack!" As soon as he finished speaking, a few powerful auras suddenly flashed over from afar. In the next moment an explosion resounded, and then Yi Xian was blasted flying. He flew for over 10 kilometers. After Yi Xian stopped moving, he spat out a mouthful of blood. He wiped off the blood from the corner of his mouth, and then he gazed at Elegant Capture. At this moment, 4 formidable demon beasts had appeared by Elegant Capture's side. Yi Xian was quite stunned. A group fight. Elegant Capture stared fixedly at Yi Xian. Did I say I would fight you in a one-on-one battle? Yi Xian said, I'll fucking. Chapter 15-18. Ganging up. One had to admit Yi Xian was somewhat stunned. Weren't demonic beasts all very unyielding? How could they do this sort of tasteless thing like ganging up? Far away, that Xiao Qingxing's expression was also somewhat ugly. It also did not think of ganging up. But Yi Xian seriously made him angry. Yi Xian's fighting method was too wretched. This made it fight very aggrieved. Of course, the most important thing was that he knew that if this carried on, it would be extremely disadvantageous to him. Because the sword scars on its body were getting more and more, and they were also getting deeper and deeper. If this carried on, the situation would become more and more disadvantageous to it. Right at this time, Yi Xian suddenly turned around and ran. Those demonic beasts behind Xiao Qingxing were about to chase but were stopped by Xiao Qingxing. Xiao Qingxing looked at the Yi Xian disappearing in the distance and did not speak. Beside Xiao Qingxing, a demonic beast said in a solemn voice, King, this human strength is uncommon. His background is likely not simple. Xiao Qingxing's eyes slowly shut. It actually just wanted to chase away Yi Xian. Because it discovered that it already could not do anything to this human in front of it. Continuing to fight, it could not gain any advantage and might even be defeated. If it was defeated by a human, then this demon king, would lose too much face. In the great desolate mountain range, apart from that demonic beast ancestor, there were still the 10 great demon kings. Was one of them. If it were to be defeated at the hands of a human, not only would it lose face, it would even lose its prestige as a demon king. And if it ganged up on Yi Xian and killed Yi Xian with numbers, it would also be ridiculed by the other demon kings. Hence, the best way was to directly chase away Yi Xian and let Yi Xian go to other demon kings' territories. Redirect the trouble. After Yi Xian escaped, he found a quiet place to sit down cross-legged, and then started to recuperate. While recuperating, his mind kept thinking about the scene of exchanging blows with that Xiao Qingxing previously. His greatest shortcoming right now was that the sword was not sharp enough. If the sword was sharp enough, that Xiao Qingxing was not his match at all. How could he make the sword stronger? Fight. That was the only word in Yi Xian's mind. The reason for that was because he discovered that his power was continuously increasing as he fought against Xiao Qingxing. The closer one was to death, the easier it was to break through one's limits. After an hour, Yi Xian stood up. At this moment, all the injuries on his body had been completely healed. Yi Xian sheathed his sword and continued forward. He did not choose to take a detour. Instead, he continued to search for Xiaozu Demon King. Soon Yi Xian arrived at Xiaozu Demon King's territory again. Demon Monarch Xiaoqing stared at Yi Xian. This human was here again. Yi Xian looked at Demon Monarch Xiaoqing. Demon Monarch, fight me one-on-one. One-on-one. Demon Monarch Xiaoqing was expressionless. Are you sure? Yi Xian nodded. Xiaoqing nodded and said, how about this? I'll let you pass if you can withstand 3 punches from me. If you can't, then you'll have to return to where you came from. 3 punches. Yi Xian blinked. I won't. Take 3 punches head-on? He was not stupid. If he took it head-on, he would not even be able to withstand 1 punch. At this moment, Xiaoqing said again, since you don't dare to take 3 punches from me, then I'll take 3 sword strikes from you. If I can withstand 3 sword strikes from you, you'll admit defeat. How about that? Yi Xian's face darkened. Damn, is this even human? Not to mention 3 sword strikes, I can't kill this fellow even with 30 sword strikes. This fellow doesn't want to fight. Xiaoqing suddenly said coldly, I can't hit you but you can't hit me either. Do you want to be ganged up on? Am I right? Yi Xian, Xiaoqing glanced coldly at Yi Xian. I'm not playing with you anymore. With that he turned and left. Yi Xian was speechless. He finally saw through it. This fellow doesn't want to fight anymore. After a moment Yi Xian shook his head and left. If the other party didn't want to fight, he couldn't force him to, right? If he angered this fellow and they really ganged up on him, wouldn't he be beaten to death? Soon Yi Xian disappeared at the end of the dense forest in the distance. Somewhere, Xiuqin looked at the place where Yi Xian disappeared and shook his head. He's seeking his own death. With that he turned and left. It had to be said that Yi Xian's strength was indeed very strong. However, in the vast Great Desolate Mountain Range, it was really nothing. Wanting to leave the Great Desolate Mountain Range? That was basically impossible. Not to mention Yi Xian, even he could not fight his way out of the Great Desolate Mountain Range. At this moment, a voice sounded from beside Xiuqin. "My king, that human entered the swamp of Mount Mang." Hearing this, Xiuqin was stunned and then said softly, "He really knows how to choose a place." Yi Xian came before a swamp. Looking at the swamp in front of him, Yi Xian frowned. This place doesn't look like a good place. At this moment, the swamp in front of him suddenly wriggled. Then the space around him suddenly trembled. Yi Xian frowned slightly. He drew his sword and slashed down. A sword light fell straight down. However, the space in front of him did not move at all. Seeing this, Yi Xian's expression sank. The space around him had been sealed. At this moment, the space around him suddenly cracked open. Swamp mud seeped out from these cracks. Yi Xian suddenly took a step forward and slashed down again. This time, a sharp sword hum suddenly rang out. However, the space where the sword landed still did not move at all. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. He sensed his surroundings. There seemed to be some mysterious barrier in the space around him. Yi Xian did not dare to be careless. He knew that not all the demon beasts here relied on their physical bodies. There were some that knew mysterious divine abilities. From a certain perspective, these demon beasts were even more terrifying than those that relied on their physical bodies. At this moment, the swamp mud increased. At this rate, in less than 15 minutes, the space around him would become a swamp space. Yi Xian frowned slightly. The other party wanted to use this method to kill him? As if thinking of something, Yi Xian held his sword and slashed at the swamp mud. This slash did not damage the swamp mud at all. Not only that, but his own sword was covered by the swamp mud and then corroded. Yi Xian was shocked, and the sword in his right hand shook violently. Boom! A sword light shook out and the sword returned to normal. Yi Xian glanced at the swamp mud. What was this thing? It could even corrode his supreme sword. More and more swamp mud appeared in the surroundings. Yi Xian fell silent. If he utilized the Space Dao Law, then he would actually be able to break through this spatial barrier with ease. However, he didn't want to use it, because it wasn't his own strength, but the strength of the Space Dao Law. Swordsman had said that he would rely on his own strength to walk out of here. His own strength. Yi Xian glanced at the surroundings. A moment later, his sword domain suddenly enveloped the surroundings, and then he suddenly drew his sword and slashed in front of him. Space trembled as his sword slashed down, but it didn't split open. Meanwhile, Yi Xian immediately slashed down again. Just like that, he'd slashed over 100 times towards the same spot in just a few breaths of time. Finally, when Yi Xian's final slash descended, a rift split open in space, and Yi Xian immediately activated Dark Prison before detonating it. Rumble. With him at the center, the space around him suddenly shattered. After the space shattered, Yi Xian issued a command in his heart, and a few hundred dark energy swords appeared around him. Meanwhile, a voice suddenly resounded from the swamp in front of him. Sword domain. How rare. Yi Xian gazed at the swamp. Meanwhile, a man slowly floated up from the swamp. The man's upper body was no different from a human's, but his lower body was like a wolf's. Most importantly, the man was dressed extremely flirtatiously. He had heavy makeup on his face and he even wore a small red flower in his ear. He looked extremely flirtatious. Yi Xian sized him up. Is this fellow half human, half demon? The corners of the man's mouth curled up slightly when he noticed Yi Xian's gaze, and he revealed a charming smile. Do I look good? Yi Xian was speechless. The man sized up Yi Xian and smiled. Human, I heard you want to pass through this mountain range? Yi Xian nodded. Yes. The man laughed. His laughter was a little sharp and it was neither a man nor a woman. It was very ear-piercing. After laughing for a while, the man looked at Yi Xian, and his smile became even more charming. Human, I have a way to help you leave this mountain range. Yi Xian said indifferently, What way? The man covered his mouth and smiled. Sleep with me. Yi Xian was speechless. The man looked at Yi Xian and his face blushed. If you sleep with me and make me feel good, I will help you leave this desolate mountain range. I'll help you leave this desolate mountain range. Yi Xian suddenly shook his head. I can't take it anymore. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly disappeared. A wisp of sword light tore through the air. In the distance, the man's smile suddenly turned cold. He clapped his hands together and this time he directly caught Yi Xian's sword. However, the next moment Yi Xian's sword shook violently. Bang! The man was directly pushed back. At the moment when the man was pushed back, the sword in Yi Xian's hand suddenly disappeared. Instant kill. In the distance, the man's pupils suddenly shrank. He stomped his right foot, and his whole body directly sank into the swamp. Bang! The sword light entered the swamp, and the entire swamp shook violently. Swamp mud shot up into the sky. Yi Xian opened his palm and the sword returned to his hand. He looked at the swamp and frowned. He could not feel the man's aura. At this moment Yi Xian suddenly turned around. In front of him an afterimage swept past. Yi Xian drew his sword and slashed. Bang! As the sword fell, the space in front of Yi Xian directly shattered, and an afterimage retreated rapidly. Was the man. The man was pushed back several thousand feet, and there was a deep sword mark on his hand. After the man stopped, he glanced at the sword mark on his hand, and then he smiled at Yi Xian. What a powerful sword. Yi Xian was about to attack. Suddenly, the man smiled and said, "You're Yi Xian, right?" Yi Xian was stunned when he heard this. This guy knows that I'm Yi Xian? Chapter 15:19. He had to admit that he was a little confused at this moment. How did this guy know his name was Yi Xian? It didn't make sense. One had to know that this place was very far from the fifth dimension. Moreover, this was his first time here. At this time the man smiled. "You seem very confused." Yi Xian looked at the man, "A little?" The man's lips curved. "Yi Xian, I heard you have a treasure on you." Yi Xian frowned. "Treasure?" The man nodded. "Yes." Yi Xian smiled. "What treasure?" The man looked at Yi Xian. "You still don't know what treasure it is?" Yi Xian shook his head. "I have a lot of treasures, I don't know which one you are talking about." The man smiled. "Let me remind you. Purple gas. Purple gas." Hearing this, Yi Xian narrowed his eyes. "You know about purple gas?" The man laughed. That would spirit suddenly broke through. This alarmed many monster kings. Yi Xian shook his head. "Let's not talk about purple gas first. Can you tell me how you know my name?" The man smiled. "Guess." Yi Xian shook his head. "Not guessing." As his voice fell, he suddenly disappeared. The space in front of the man was suddenly torn apart. The man's pupils shrank. He wanted to dodge but found that Yi Xian's sword was many times faster than before. He couldn't dodge at all. He could only take it head on. The man suddenly pointed between his eyebrows. "Wolf soul." Bang! A wolf soul suddenly appeared behind the man. This wolf soul howled fiercely, and a powerful soul force swept out, forcefully blocking Yi Xian's sword. In the distance, Yi Xian subconsciously wanted to take out the soul-suppressing sword, but he quickly realized that the soul-suppressing sword inside the prison pagoda gradually calmed down. Yi Xian was silent. He suddenly found that as long as he used external objects, ordinary experts were not his opponent. In the distance, the man looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "You really aren't simple." Yi Xian looked at the man. He opened his palm, and a wisp of purple gas appeared in his hand. Xiaota's purple aura. The man's eyes instantly narrowed when he saw the purple qi. His eyes flickered with excitement and greed. Yi Xian smiled and said, "Tell me, how do you know my name?" The man looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Guess." Yi Xian suddenly disappeared on the spot. A wisp of a cold smile arose on the corners of the man's mouth. He pressed his palms together and suddenly bent down. Soul annihilation. Behind him, the wolf soul suddenly bent down and roared. Rumble. With this roar, the space in front of him was directly destroyed. It was extremely shocking. However, as soon as the space was destroyed, tens of thousands of energy swords were suddenly condensed by Yi Xian. In the next moment, the tens of thousands of energy swords exploded. Rumble. The man was sent flying along with his soul. At the moment he was sent flying, a sword suddenly stabbed into the wolf soul above his head. Soul-subduing sword. Although it wasn't the soul-subduing sword, this sword had an extremely strong restraining effect on the soul. After being stabbed by the sword, the wolf soul was directly annihilated. The man let out an extremely shrill scream. When he landed on the ground, a sword suddenly pressed against his forehead. Yi Xian looked down at the man. "I'll ask you one last time. How do you know my name?" The man stared at Yi Xian. "My father is the demon king of Mount Mang. If you dare touch..." Yi Xian suddenly slashed down with his sword. The man's head flew off. The eyes of the man's head that had been sent flying were wide open, filled with disbelief. I haven't finished speaking yet. After killing the man with one strike, Yi Xian slowly closed his eyes. At that moment, a blood-red thread suddenly flew out of the dead man's body. This thread slowly flew up and finally appeared on his body. Disaster Karma Thread. Yi Xian said softly, "It really is you." With that said, he entered the prison pagoda and went to the 9th level. The door of disaster was still on the 9th level. Yi Xian walked in front of the door of disaster. I got to know the wood spirit and sowed good karma. However, because of this good karma, I will become a juicy piece of meat in the eyes of the demon beasts in the great desolate mountain range. Because to these demon beasts, the temptation of the violet mist was far too great. If these demon beasts want the purple gas, they will definitely come to me. If I kill them, I will attract more karma and bad karma, right? The door of disaster did not speak. Yi Xian said again, "You want me to have more bad karma, or rather, you want to use the demon beasts in the great desolate mountain range to kill me, right?" The door of disaster still did not respond. Yi Xian continued, "The demon beasts must know my name because of you, right?" The door of disaster still did not respond. Yi Xian looked at the door of disaster, smiled slightly and turned to leave. The cause of disaster? He was no longer that afraid. As long as he, Yi Xian, did things with a clear conscience. As for other things, as long as he had a clear conscience, why should he care about anything else? After Yi Xian left, the door of disaster suddenly trembled. Outside the prison pagoda, Yi Xian continued forward. Right now, he no longer cared about the cause of disaster. Be yourself and have a clear conscience. As for other things, screw them. Not long after, a demon beast suddenly appeared in front of Yi Xian. The demon beast looked at Yi Xian, its eyes filled with ferocity and greed. "Human, I heard you have purple gas. Yi Xian raised his hand and slashed. The demon beast's head flew off, blood spurting out. Yi Xian continued forward. Soon Yi Xian reached the end of the swamp. Behind him, there were dozens of demon beast corpses. When he was about to walk out of the swamp, a timid voice suddenly sounded from his right. "Human? Human?" Yi Xian turned to look. Not far to his right there was a small demon beast. The demon beast was shaped like a tiger. Its body was snow white and it had 2 tails. Yi Xian smiled and said, "What are you doing?" This demon beast had been following him for a while. The small demon beast hesitated, then said, "Human, can you give me a bit of purple gas?" "Just a bit." Yi Xian looked at the small demon beast and smiled. "What do you want purple gas for?" The small demon beast said timidly, "My father fought with someone and was seriously injured. If there is no healing item, he won't live." Yi Xian said, "Really?" The small demon beast hurriedly said, "Yes. If you don't believe me, I can take you to see it. Are you willing to go?" Yi Xian smiled, "All right, take me there." The small demon beast was extremely excited, and its voice trembled, "Come with me." As it spoke, it turned around and ran towards the distance. Yi Xian followed the small demon beast. No, he followed it to a cave and he saw a comparatively larger demon beast within the cave. At this moment, the demon beast was covered in blood. Yi Xian frowned when he saw this scene. This demon beast was heavily injured. The demon beast suddenly sat up when it saw Yi Xian, and then it pulled the small demon beast behind it and stared fixedly at Yi Xian while its eyes were filled with vigilance. "Human?" Yi Xian nodded. The demon beast spoke in a low voice, "Human, what are you doing?" Yi Xian smiled and then he opened his palm. A few dozen strands of violet energy floated towards the demon beast. The demon beast instantly trembled when it saw the violet energy. "This?" Yi Xian pressed down lightly with his right hand, and the violet energy was instantly absorbed by the demon beast. Bang! As soon as the violet energy entered its body, the demon beast instantly emanated a strand of pure spiritual energy, and then the injuries throughout its body started to heal at an extremely swift pace. Yi Xian nodded slightly when he saw this and then he turned around and left. Meanwhile, the demon beast suddenly spoke in a trembling voice, "Wait." Yi Xian turned around to look at the demon beast and the demon beast glanced at Yi Xian. "Thank you." Yi Xian nodded and left the cave. Meanwhile, the small demon beast chased after him, and it gazed at Yi Xian as it spoke softly, "Thank you." Yi Xian smiled, "You're welcome." As if he'd thought of something, he suddenly opened his palm, and then a few dozen strands of violet energy floated out from his palm and entered the small demon beast's head. As soon as the violet energy entered its body, the small demon beast's body instantly trembled because the violet energy was changing its bones and meridians. It could be said that the small demon beast's future achievements were limitless, because the violet energy within Xiaota's body had been left behind by the spirit ancestor. A short while later, a strand of aura suddenly emanated from within the small demon beast. It had broken through directly. After it broke through, the small demon beast immediately knelt before Yi Xian and spoke in a trembling voice, "Thank you." Yi Xian smiled, "Take care." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around and left. Meanwhile, the small demon beast suddenly said, "Wait a moment." Yi Xian gazed at the small demon beast, and it hesitated for a moment before it said, "I saw many demon beasts looking for you, but you killed them all. Why didn't you kill me and even gave me so much violet energy?" Yi Xian smiled, "Because they came looking for me with the intention of seizing it, but you're different. You came to beg me. Do you understand?" The small demon beast blinked. I don't really understand." Yi Xian roared with laughter, "You'll understand in the future." As soon as he finished speaking, he swiftly vanished into the distance. The small demon beast gazed at Yi Xian's figure from afar, and it seemed to be lost in thought. Yi Xian had arrived at a valley in the distance. Mountains towered into the clouds on both sides of the valley, and they were extremely precipitous. Yi Xian walked slowly. He walked very slowly, thinking. He'd been constantly thinking about his shortcomings throughout this period of time. Actually, so long as one dared to face one's heart, then one would notice that one actually had numerous shortcomings, and once one was able to notice them, one would be able to change them. Humans had to constantly work hard to change themselves. Yi Xian withdrew his thoughts and looked around. He could sense that there were many obscure auras in the surroundings, and these auras had been spying on him for a long time. After a moment of silence, Yi Xian looked into the distance. This was supposed to be a simple trial, but it was different now. But it didn't matter. To him, he had to continue on his path. If God stood in his way, he'd destroy gods and demons. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks. 100 zhang in front of him stood a demon beast. The demon beast had a strange shape, with the body of a bull and the head of a tiger. It had 3 legs and a huge body. The demon beast looked at Yi Xian. "Human, leave the violet energy behind and I'll spare your dog life. If you dare to say no." The demon beast's voice suddenly stopped, and Yi Xian had already appeared behind the demon beast. Sword sheath. Yi Xian continued walking into the distance, and behind him, the demon beast suddenly split into 2. Fresh blood splattered all over the ground and it was extremely bloody. At this moment, Yi Xian suddenly stopped in his tracks. He lifted his head and saw that the sky had suddenly split open. In the next moment, a powerful coercion swept over from the sky. The coercion felt like the sky and earth were collapsing, and under this coercion Yi Xian was like a lone boat in the middle of the ocean, appearing extremely frail. Below, Yi Xian looked at the sky and took a step forward. His eyes flashed with a hint of hostility. "You're begging for death." Boom. A powerful sword intent suddenly soared into the sky, and the entire sky was directly torn apart by this sword intent. The entire great desolate mountains was shocked. At the same time, a powerful sword intent swept out from within Yi Xian's body. This sword intent was like a tidal wave that shook the surrounding space. At the end of the great desolate mountains, a swordsman suddenly turned his head and looked in the direction of Yi Xian. He was slightly stunned at first, then he smiled and said, "You're begging for death. I like it." Chapter 15:20. Seeking Death. Seeking death was a state of mind, a form of resistance, and more importantly, a form of momentum. When he first entered the great wilderness, he did not kill all the demonic beasts in front of him. He basically showed mercy. Yi Xian did not bully humans, nor did he bully demons. However, who dared to bully him? No way. Inside Yi Xian's body, endless sword intents soared into the sky. These sword intents eventually converged into a torrent, and the powerful pressure in the sky was directly blocked by the sword intent. In fact, this was no longer sword intent, but sword momentum. Seeking death with a single thought, turning intent into momentum. Yi Xian did not expect that the momentum he had been pursuing would be manifested in such a manner. If a person had the thought of dying in their heart, their momentum would reach its peak. A middle-aged man suddenly appeared in the sky. He wore a beast robe and had a burly figure. His eyes were scarlet blue, and his body exuded an extremely domineering pressure. Demon Monarch Mount Mang. Among the 10 great demon monarchs, Demon Monarch Mount Mang was ranked 5th. Demon Monarch Mount Mang looked down at Yi Xian. He was somewhat shocked because Yi Xian's sword momentum had actually blocked his momentum. As a demon monarch who commanded millions of demonic beasts, he had a king's aura. In addition, his strength had reached the peak of the eternal realm. Therefore, his momentum was definitely not something ordinary people could resist. However, the human in front of him had resisted it with just his sword momentum. And this human was only at the Tao attainment realm. At this moment, Yi Xian, who was down below, suddenly pulled out his sword and slashed at the sky. Attack first. Yi Xian's strike was not an instant kill strike, nor was it the sword drawing technique. It was just a simple strike, but this strike's momentum was like a rainbow, as though it wanted to tear the sky apart. In the sky, a trace of hostility flashed in Demon Monarch Mount Mang's eyes. Human ant. As soon as he finished speaking, he took a step forward and threw a punch. It was pure physical strength. This punch caused the entire sky to distort. At that moment, Yi Xian's sword arrived. Rumble. In the sky, a beam of sword light suddenly shattered, and Yi Xian retreated to the ground. As soon as he landed, the ground under his feet shattered into a huge abyss. As for Demon Monarch Mount Mang, he retreated nearly 1,000 feet. There was an extremely deep sword mark on his right fist, and his white bone could be seen. Mount Mang looked down at Yi Xian with cold eyes. Human, you have angered me. As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly dove down from the sky. As soon as he dove down, the space below him directly shattered and transformed into an expanse of pitch black. Below, Yi Xian looked up at the swooping Demon Monarch Mang Mountain as he slowly closed his eyes. Die. A wisp of a savage smile appeared on the corners of Yi Xian's mouth. In the next moment he suddenly drew his sword and slashed. Sword drawing technique. The sword slashed out and the sword light tore through the sky. Rumble. The space where Yi Xian was directly shattered and annihilated. At the same time he was sent flying backward. However, the instant he flew out, he stomped his right foot. Explode. In an instant, the space in front of him was suddenly enveloped by a dark domain. Right on the heels of that, countless sword beams suddenly exploded in the entire space. Boom boom boom. Boom. Demon Monarch Mount Mang was sent retreating by the explosive force of the sword beams. He retreated thousands of feet away. After stopping, Demon Monarch Mount Mang's expression turned extremely ugly. This was because there were dozens of sword wounds all over his body. Although these sword wounds weren't fatal, they were a disgrace to him. He had actually been injured by a human at the Tao manifestation realm. Demon Monarch Mount Mang looked up at the nearby Yi Xian, and his expression turned extremely ferocious. Damn human you! At this point his voice suddenly stopped because Yi Xian had already charged at him. To Yi Xian a fight was a fight. What was the point of spouting nonsense? He hated spouting nonsense before a fight. It was already a life and death battle, so what was the point of spouting nonsense? Yi Xian was extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he appeared in front of Demon Monarch Mount Mang and slashed down. Sword drawing technique. This strike was still as imposing as before. Demon Monarch Mount Mang raised his hand and punched out. Boom. A sword beam shattered as Yi Xian was sent flying thousands of feet away. However, the next moment, the sword in his hand vanished. Instant kill strike. In the distance, Demon Monarch Mount Mang raised his right arm to block as a beam of light flashed on it. Boom. Demon Monarch Mount Mang retreated hundreds of feet instantly. Before he could stop, Yi Xian slashed again. The corners of Demon Monarch Mount Mang's mouth suffused a sinister smile. He clenched his right hand and punched. Simple and violent. Boom. Yi Xian was sent flying again, but he charged at Demon Monarch Mount Mang the next moment. This sword was even faster and stronger than before. Demon Monarch Mount Mang suddenly took a step back. He raised his head and widened his eyes. Veins protruded from his forehead as he half-squatted and clenched his fists tightly. A powerful force condensed in his dantian and rapidly gathered on his arms. In the next moment he crossed his arms and held them horizontally. Heaven-destroying sinking boat. Boom. On Demon Monarch Mount Mang's arms, a powerful force erupted like a volcano that had been accumulating for tens of thousands of years. The space in front of him was instantly annihilated, and the powerful force sent Yi Xian flying hundreds of thousands of feet away. However, at the instant Yi Xian was sent flying, countless dark energy swords suddenly appeared in front of Demon Monarch Mount Mang. There were hundreds of thousands of them. In the distance, Yi Xian roared angrily, "Explode!" Boom. The area where Demon Monarch Mount Mang was drowned by the sword beams. Boom. Boom. Space constantly shattered and spread in all directions. This continued for nearly 15 minutes before the world slowly calmed down. At that moment, Yi Xian was already hundreds of thousands of feet away from Demon Monarch Mount Mang. Yi Xian stood with his sword in hand. Blood constantly gushed out from the corner of his mouth. His face in particular was devoid of any color. That exploding sword had consumed too much of his energy. In the distance, Demon Monarch Mount Mang's situation wasn't much better than Yi Xian's. His body was covered in sword wounds, and some parts were so mangled that his bones could be seen. His body was very strong, but it couldn't withstand such an explosion. Fortunately, although he was injured, it wasn't fatal. Demon Monarch Mount Mang looked up at the nearby Yi Xian. He suddenly stretched out his right hand and clenched it tightly. Condensing mountain seal. Boom. Hundreds of thousands of feet away, a mountain suddenly collapsed. In the next moment, the mountain condensed into a 10,000-foot-long palm seal. And at that moment, the distant Yi Xian suddenly vanished from his spot. He naturally wouldn't wait for Demon Monarch Mount Mang to unleash his ultimate move. His advantage was speed. He had to expand this advantage. Upon seeing Yi Xian suddenly attack, Demon Monarch Mount Mang's expression changed. He had no choice but to give up on casting the condensing mountain seal because it was too late. In the midst of his thoughts, Yi Xian's sword beam had already slashed out. Demon Monarch Mount Mang retracted his right hand and punched out. This punch caused the space in front of him to turn into a groove. Boom. Yi Xian's sword was blocked by a powerful force. And at that moment, Demon Monarch Mount Mang suddenly punched out with his left hand. This punch went straight for Yi Xian's face. Upon seeing this scene, Yi Xian's pupils constricted. He didn't dare take Demon Monarch Mount Mang's punch head-on. He immediately blocked with his sword. Boom. With a single punch, Yi Xian was sent flying 10,000 feet away. Just as Demon Monarch Mount Mang was about to take advantage of the situation to give chase, his pupils suddenly constricted as he closed his eyes. Boom. A sword beam stabbed into his right eyelid. Demon Monarch Mount Mang retreated more than 100 feet. When he opened his eyes, the sword had returned to Yi Xian's hand. Demon Monarch Mount Mang didn't dare be careless against Yi Xian's fast sword. It should be said that he was somewhat afraid of Yi Xian's fast sword. If Yi Xian's sword was stronger and could break through his defense, he wouldn't dare fight Yi Xian. However, he realized that Yi Xian's sword was becoming stronger. The human in front of him was constantly becoming stronger. With this in mind, Demon Monarch Mount Mang suddenly turned his head. "Have you seen enough?" The moment he said that, laughter suddenly came from afar. "Demon Monarch Mount Mang, it looks like you can't take him down." As the voice faded, a man suddenly appeared behind Demon Monarch Mount Mang. The man wore a loose black robe, and his hands were hidden in his wide sleeves. Demon Monarch Guyu? He was also one of the 10 great demon monarchs. He was ranked 4th, just ahead of Demon Monarch Mount Mang. Demon Monarch Mount Mang glanced at Demon Monarch Guyu. "Let's join forces." Demon Monarch Guyu smiled. Demon Monarch Mount Mang, this human isn't simple. Demon Monarch Mount Mang was expressionless. How is he not simple? Demon Monarch Guyu looked at the distant Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Such a young swordsman has such terrifying combat strength. Tell me, do you think he's an ordinary person?" Just as Demon Monarch Mount Mang was about to speak, Yi Xian suddenly said, "You don't know me?" Demon Monarch Guyu looked at Yi Xian and said with a smile, "Of course I do. Your name is Yi Xian, right?" Yi Xian nodded. "I'm a little curious. How do you know me?" Demon Monarch Guyu smiled. "A mysterious person told us that you have a treasure on you. It's that mysterious purple gas. This purple gas can change a demon beast's bloodline, allowing them to break through their bloodline shackles. That mysterious person was right? Yi Xian wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and said, "Who is that mysterious person?" Demon Monarch Guyu shook his head. "I don't know." Yi Xian frowned slightly. "You don't know?" Demon Monarch Guyu smiled. "What? You don't know yourself?" There was a trace of doubt in Yi Xian's eyes. "Mysterious person? Is it the Door of Calamity?" Demon Monarch Guyu suddenly said, "Human, give us the purple gas and we will let you pass. What do you think?" Yi Xian looked at Demon Monarch Guyu. "I don't think so." With that said, he pointed his sword at Demon Monarch Guyu. "Both of you come at me together." He knew that he couldn't escape now. Since he couldn't escape, he had to fight. It didn't matter whether he could win or not. What was important was that he couldn't lose. In fact, he was panicking. Demon Monarch Guyu stared at Yi Xian. After a moment he suddenly laughed. "You're relying on that swordsman who came with you, right? I can tell you that he can't save you because he can't even protect himself." Yi Xian blinked. Suddenly he didn't feel so panicked anymore. Chapter 1521. Swordsman. Yi Xian's expression was a little strange. He did not expect these demon kings to look for swordsmen. Yi Xian hesitated and said, I really don't understand. Isn't your target me? Why are you looking for swordsmen? Demon King Guyu laughed. He came with you, didn't he? Yi Xian blinked. Are you afraid he will help me? Demon King Guyu nodded. Yes. So, just in case we have to get rid of him first. Get rid of swordsmen? Yi Xian's expression became more and more strange. Demon King Guyu looked at Yi Xian. What's with your expression? Yi Xian thought for a moment, then said, Can I tell the truth? Demon King Guyu laughed. Of course. Yi Xian grinned and gave a thumbs up. Well done. Looking for swordsmen? Yi Xian had to admit that he was so happy that his stomach hurt. In this world, not only people liked to think that they were infallible, but so did demons. Demon King Guyu looked at Yi Xian and felt a sense of unease. He turned to look. Could it be that swordsman was very strong? Inside Yi Xian's world prison pagoda, the door of disaster suddenly trembled. Blood lightning flashed around the door as if it was angry. At the end of the great desolate mountain range, swordsman stood in the starry sky, looking into the depths of the starry sky. No one knew what he was thinking. In fact, the reason why he brought Yi Xian around and gave Yi Xian pointers was because of the azure-robed man. As the son of an old friend, he naturally had to help. But after interacting with him, he found that Yi Xian was very much to his liking. Moreover, he suddenly felt a sense of accomplishment from giving pointers to a little guy and watching him grow bit by bit. At this moment, a man suddenly appeared not far from swordsman. The man was dressed in a gray robe, his long hair draped over his shoulders. His hands were behind his back and there was a domineering air about him. Demon King Helion. Ranked second among the 10 great demon kings. Demon King Helion looked at the great desolate mountain range in the distance and laughed. I have seen several powerful swordsmen among the humans, but I have never seen you. Swordsman retracted his gaze and looked towards the depths of the great desolate mountain range. Is something the matter? Demon King Helion looked at Swordsman and said with a smile, Shall we have a spar? Swordsman glanced at Monster King Helion and shook his head. You're not worthy. The expression on Demon King Helion's face froze. The next moment he suddenly laughed out loud. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard in my life. He knew that this swordsman in front of him was not an ordinary person, because he could not sense Swordsman's aura. However, Swordsman's words were a little too arrogant. He wasn't worthy? This was the first time Demon King Helion was looked down upon like this. Demon King Helion turned to face Swordsman and said with a smile, Human swordsman, come, I'll let you slash me 3 times. His words were filled with invincible confidence. Swordsman blinked and turned to look at Demon King Helion. 3 slashes. Demon King Helion nodded. 3 slashes. If you think it's not enough, 5 slashes is fine too. Swordsman shook his head. I don't mean to insult you, but you really aren't worthy of my slash. I hope you have some self-awareness and don't make things difficult for me. Demon King Helion stared at Swordsman and clenched his fists. His expression gradually turned ferocious. I beg you, use your sword. Swordsman slashed. It was a very ordinary slash. The moment Swordsman slashed, Demon King Helion's pupils shrank. He half squatted and crossed his arms in front of him to block. His body was like a rock, impregnable. The reason why he was so confident was because his body wasn't at the divine realm, but the eternal realm. In the entire great desolate mountain range, his body could at least be ranked in the top 3. However, Qingqing Yi family ancestral hall. Ancestors above, Yi Xian has no talent and no virtue. From this moment on, Yi Xian's position as prince will be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in a black robe. Not far behind the old man stood a youth. The youth had a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides were the Yi mansion's elders. Why? At this moment, a timid voice suddenly sounded in the ancestral hall. Everyone looked at the voice and saw a little girl standing at the door. The little girl was about 12 or 13 years old. Her 2 small hands were tightly holding the hem of her skirt. Her face was sickly pale and looked a little weak. There was even a trace of timidity in her eyes. This little girl was called Yi Ling. She was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that the family wanted to remove Yi Xian, she rushed over despite her illness. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to the people in the ancestral hall and said timidly, Great elder, my brother Yi Xian is a prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The great elder coldly looked at Yi Ling. This is a family matter. Why are you interrupting? Yi Ling was obviously afraid and did not dare to look at the great elder. However, she did not leave. Instead, she mustered up her courage and walked into the ancestral hall. She once again bowed to the elders on both sides. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li family over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the family and his life is uncertain. But the family is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The great elder suddenly raged. Whether or not he is crippled is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men, drag her away from me. At this time, the new Prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning. The great elder coldly replied, then flogged 30 times. Very quickly, 2 Yi Mansion's guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the family for so many years. Even now he is fighting for the family. The family is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new Prince Yi Lang. He knew that his chance to shine had come. The guard sneered, young Master Yi Lang inherits the prince's position. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded. The right side of Yi Ling's face instantly turned red and swollen. However, she did not cry. She only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. Subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded. You're not bad. After I become the prince, I will need 10 guards. You can be my guard from now on. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed. He hurriedly bowed deeply. Subordinate will go through fire and water for the prince. I will do anything for you. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall. Don't hold back. Understood? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang. When he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu seemed to see something and suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe. The robe was tattered and covered in blood. The young man was Yi Xian, who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The great elder narrowed his eyes. His face was dark and gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his face turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his face changed. He hurriedly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak. At this moment, Yi Xian leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Zhang Mu felt dizzy and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there. He rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time, Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man. How dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's face turned ugly. Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's state, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, her tears flowed, Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant, he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Qingqing Yi Clan Ancestral Hall. Ancestors, Yi Xian has no talent, no virtue? From now on, Yi Xian's position as prince shall be replaced by Yi Lang. The one who spoke was an old man in black robes. Not far behind the old man, there was a youth with a faint smile on his face. This person was Yi Lang. On both sides there were the elders of the Yi clan. Why? Right at this moment, a slightly timid voice suddenly resounded within the ancestral hall. Everyone turned to look and saw a little girl standing at the door. She was about 12 or 13 years old, and her hands were tightly gripping the hem of her skirt. Her face had a sickly pallor and she looked a little weak. There was even a trace of fear in her eyes. This girl was called Yi Ling, and she was Yi Xian's younger sister. When she heard that Yi Xian was to be replaced, she disregarded her illness and rushed over. The black-robed old man frowned. Yi Ling, what are you doing? The little girl called Yi Ling bowed to everyone in the hall as she asked timidly, Great Elder, my brother Yi Xian is the prince. Why did you cripple him for no reason? The Great Elder looked at Yi Ling coldly. This is a matter of the clan, what are you interrupting for? Yi Ling was obviously afraid, not daring to look at the Great Elder, but she did not leave. Instead, she plucked up her courage and walked into the hall. Once again she bowed to the elders. Dear elders, my brother is fighting with the Li clan over the mining rights at Nanshan. He is fighting for the clan, and it is unknown whether he is dead or alive. Yet, the clan is using a groundless excuse to strip him of his position. This is really unfair. Impudent. The Great Elder suddenly raged. Whether or not he is crippled, it is not up to a little girl like you to decide. Men drag her away. At this time, the new prince Yi Lang suddenly laughed. You should be flogged 30 times as a warning to others. The Great Elder replied coldly, then flog him 30 times. Very quickly 2 Yi clan guards rushed in. Yi Ling clenched her fists and said angrily, this is unfair. My brother has risked his life for the clan for so many years and even now he is fighting for the clan. The clan is unfair to him. One of the guards glanced at the new prince Yi Lang. He knew that this was his chance to shine. The guard sneered, young master Yi Lang inherits the position of prince. What are you yelling about? As he spoke, he raised his hand and slapped Yi Ling's face. Slap. A crisp slap sounded, and the right side of Yi Ling's face instantly swelled up. However, she did not cry and only held her cheek tightly. Yi Lang looked at the guard and smiled. What's your name? The guard hurriedly bowed. This subordinate Zhang Mu greets the prince. Yi Lang nodded. You are very good. After I become the prince I will need 10 guards. From now on you will be my guard. Hearing this, Zhang Mu was overjoyed and hurriedly bowed deeply. This subordinate is willing to go through fire and water for the prince, even if it means death. Yi Lang nodded slightly. Drag him away. This person is disturbing the ancestral hall, do not show mercy, understand? Zhang Mu glanced at Yi Lang, and when he saw the murderous intent in Yi Lang's eyes, he understood. He immediately grabbed Yi Ling's hair and dragged her out. At this moment, Zhang Mu did not know what he saw but he suddenly stopped. In the ancestral hall, everyone turned their heads to look outside. Not far from the ancestral hall, a young man was walking towards the ancestral hall. The young man was wearing a tight-fitting robe, and the robe was tattered, and there was blood everywhere. The young man was Yi Xian who had rushed back from Nanshan. Seeing Yi Xian, Yi Lang's mouth curled into a cold smile. In the ancestral hall, the elders frowned. The Great Elder narrowed his eyes, and his expression was frighteningly gloomy. No one knew what he was thinking. From afar, when Yi Xian saw Zhang Mu dragging Yi Ling, his expression turned savage. Who gave you the guts to touch my sister? When Zhang Mu saw Yi Xian, his expression changed. He quickly looked at Yi Lang and was about to speak, when Yi Xian suddenly leaped in front of him like a ferocious tiger. Before the latter could react, Yi Xian's fist landed on his face. Zhang Mu's head spun and he stumbled and fell. Yi Lang did not stop there and he rushed towards Zhang Mu again. At this time Yi Lang suddenly roared, Yi Xian, he's my man, how dare you? Yi Xian suddenly stepped on Zhang Mu's chest. Zhang Mu spat out a mouthful of blood. Seeing this, Yi Lang's expression turned ugly, while Yi Xian lifted his head to look at him, asking savagely, your man? As he spoke, he stomped on Zhang Mu's face. Zhang Mu's face turned into a bloody mess as he screamed, Prince, save me. Yi Xian did not care about Zhang Mu as he walked to Yi Ling's side. Seeing Yi Ling's appearance, Yi Xian felt as though his heart was being sliced apart. He clenched his fists and his entire body trembled. When Yi Ling saw Yi Xian, tears welled up in her eyes. Brother, it hurts, it hurts. Hearing this, Yi Xian's expression turned savage. In the next instant he charged in front of Zhang Mu and kicked Zhang Mu's head. Pum. Chapter 1522. Meng Shan was silent. He knew that Guyu was afraid of that swordsman. In fact, he was afraid of that swordsman as well. If Demon King Helion really died in the hands of swordsmen, then swordsman's strength was not something he and Guyu could contend against. However, this human was too arrogant. He was furious. Guyu suddenly said, Meng Shan, think about it. Why did that mysterious person tell us that Yi Xian has a purple aura? It's simple. He wants us to kill Yi Xian. In other words, the other party wants us to fight with Yi Xian until both of us are injured, and then reap the benefits. Meng Shan said solemnly, this matter is not simple. Guyu nodded, That purple aura is good, but we cannot let others use it. Mang Shan said, then what do you think we should do? Demon King Guyu smiled, it's simple. Wait for the right opportunity. Mang Shan was silent for a moment, then nodded, I'll listen to you. At this moment Yi Xian suddenly said, are you guys still fighting? Guyu looked at Yi Xian and smiled, little brother, your strength is amazing. We are not your match. We admit defeat. Yi Xian, Guyu continued, little brother, if you want to train yourself you can go to Burial Mountain. Yi Xian frowned, Burial Mountain? Guyu nodded, that place is very suitable for little brother. Yi Xian asked, what is that place? Guyu smiled, relatively speaking it is a more dangerous place. It's suitable for little brother. Yi Xian glanced at Guyu, I think you are quite strong. Are you really not going to join forces with Mang Shan? I can't beat the two of you. Guyu quickly shook his head, little brother, you must be joking. Yi Xian said seriously, I really have no backing. Demon Monarch Guyu nodded, I understand. Yi Xian was speechless. By the side, Demon Monarch Mount Mang said indifferently, if you want to train yourself, go to Burial Mountain. No humans have ever set foot in that place. Yi Xian looked at Mount Mang. I killed your son previously. Mount Mang said indifferently, I have more than 10,000 sons. Which one did you kill? Yi Xian was dumbfounded. Beside him, Demon King Guyu suddenly said, little brother, if you want to go to Burial Mountain, just walk straight ahead. You'll reach Burial Mountain in about 4 hours. With that said, he vanished with Demon Monarch Mang Mountain. Yi Xian was speechless. Damn it, these two fellows actually stopped fighting. After a moment, Yi Xian continued to move forward. His target was Burial Mountain. He knew that Demon King Guyu was up to no good, but this was exactly what he wanted. The main reason he came to the Great Desolate Mountain Range was to train himself. Wherever there was danger he would go. Not long after Yi Xian disappeared, Demon Monarch Guyu and Mount Mang appeared again. Mount Mang said solemnly, this guy really went to Burial Mountain. Demon Monarch Guyu said softly, where did this guy come from? Mount Mang shook his head. I don't know. Demon Monarch Guyu turned his head and looked. I just tried to contact Demon Monarch Helion, but there was no news at all. It seems that he really died in the hands of that swordsman. Hearing this, Mount Mang's face turned solemn. Demon Monarch Guyu said softly, that mysterious person? At this point he seemed to have thought of something and did not continue. Mount Mang said solemnly, that swordsman is the real scary one. Swordsman. Demon Monarch Guyu turned his head and looked at the horizon. Then he said softly, let's just wait and see. On the other side, Yi Xian slowly walked into the distance. He was deep in thought. He realized that his greatest weakness was that he did not have enough strength in his sword. Although his current sword could break through the defenses of a deity realm body, it was not fatal. Against an expert like Mount Mang, his chances of winning were not particularly high. At most, he had a 40% chance because he could not afford to make a mistake. If he made a mistake he would die. He no longer had a powerful body. If he was punched, his body would be directly shattered. Therefore he had to be extremely careful when fighting Mount Mang because Mount Mang could take 100 of his sword strikes, but he could not take a punch from Mount Mang. He had to admit that he really missed his deity realm body. If he still had his deity realm body he could beat Mount Mang like a son. No. As though he thought of something, Yi Xian suddenly stopped. If he still had his deity realm body, would his sword Dao still be so strong? The answer was definitely no. Because with his body he would be overly reliant on his body, and his sword Dao would not grow so quickly. With this in mind, Yi Xian could not help but shake his head and smile as he continued forward. He would continue cultivating his body, but the premise was that his sword Dao had to be improved first. His sword Dao was already on the right track because even without a powerful body, Yi Xian was confident that he could face any enemy. Burial Mountain. Yi Xian looked up into the distance as he sped up. He wanted to fight now. A frenzied battle. Yi Xian did not notice that the door of calamity in his prison pagoda suddenly trembled but quickly returned to normal. Somewhere in the cosmos, Mu Yanyan and company were still constantly traversing the cosmos. However, they had completely lost track of the door of calamity. And now, they were far away from the fifth dimension. As for where they were, the three women did not know. The mysterious woman in the lead stopped. She looked into the depths of the cosmos, her face somewhat pale. Fear. She had never felt such fear in all this time. She had seen the terror of the door of calamity. Not to mention Yi Xian, even the three of them might not be able to stop the door of calamity. Was Yi Xian really still alive? She did not dare to think too deeply about this question. Beside her, Tu's expression was extremely unsightly. In fact, she was also afraid, and she was becoming more and more afraid. The door of calamity was too powerful. With Yi Xian's current strength, he could not stop the door of calamity at all. At this moment, Mu Nianyan suddenly said, "He is still alive." Tu and the mysterious woman looked at Mu Nianyan. Mu Nianyan smiled and said, "If he is dead, do you think we can still be alive?" Hearing this, Tu and the mysterious woman immediately came to a realization. If Yi Xian was dead, would the plain-dressed woman not return? They could not sense Yi Xian, but the plain-dressed woman could. If Yi Xian was really dead, the plain-dressed woman would have definitely returned. Since she hadn't returned yet, there was only a single explanation, and it was that Yi Xian was still alive. The mysterious woman and Tu's expressions instantly eased up when they thought up to this point. Meanwhile, Mu Nianyan said, "However, we still have to find him as soon as possible. The misfortune seed has already made its move, and his situation will only worsen. So, we must find him as soon as possible, otherwise—" She did not continue when she spoke up to this point. The misfortune seed. The three women's faces sank again. The misfortune seed had drawn away the mandate of heaven. It could be said that it was best to kill Yi Xian now. The mysterious woman gazed at Mu Nianyan. How should we find him now? Her mind was filled with thoughts of Yi Xian, and she was unable to think normally. Mu Nianyan fell silent for a moment before she said, "Continue forward and think of a way to contact him. The reason we can't contact him now is probably because we are quite far away from him. We should be able to contact him if we are closer." The mysterious woman nodded. "Right? Let's go." After saying that, she disappeared into the distance. Tu glanced at the mysterious woman with a cold expression. "I really want to kill her." Mu Nianyan shook her head. "Our top priority now is to find him and fight against the misfortune seed." The misfortune seed. Tu's expression gradually turned solemn. Mu Nianyan said softly, "Let's go." After saying that, she turned into a sword light and disappeared into the depths of the starry sky. Tu remained silent for a moment before disappearing into the depths of the starry sky. The great desolate mountain range. Yi Xian walked between the mountain range. Along the way it was strangely peaceful, and he did not see a single demonic beast. The closer he got to the burial mountain, the calmer it became. At first there were sounds of insects and birds chirping, but as he got closer to the burial mountain, those sounds disappeared. Yi Xian knew that the so-called burial mountain was definitely not an ordinary place. Of course, the more dangerous it was, the more excited he was. Right now he was eager to fight. Soon Yi Xian quickened his pace and he got closer and closer to the burial mountain. However, he did not realize that there was a pair of eyes watching him from behind. On the other side of the great desolate mountain range, swordsmen stood quietly in the starry sky. Around him there were some disaster karma threads. These were the disaster karma threads that he had sown when he tried to save Yi Xian. Of course he did not care at all. These disaster karma threads could not do anything to him. At this moment, the disaster karma threads around him suddenly dimmed. Gradually they disappeared. Seeing this, Swordsman's eyes flashed with astonishment. It disappeared on its own? Swordsman raised his head and looked into the depths of the great desolate mountain range. His gaze landed directly on the disaster gate in Yi Xian's body, and he was slightly displeased. "I am extremely interested in disaster karma. Don't make it disappear for me. Hurry up and bring it back." The disaster gate was speechless. Seeing that there was no movement, Swordsman frowned slightly, and an invisible sword intent directly locked onto the disaster gate. The disaster gate suddenly trembled violently, and it hurriedly hid in a corner, shivering. At the same time, disaster karma threads appeared around Swordsman's body, but there were not many, only a few. Swordsman was still slightly displeased. "It's too little, give me more." The disaster gate hurriedly trembled, and then more than 10 disaster karma threads appeared around Swordsman's body. Seeing this, Swordsman's brows relaxed, and he also retracted his sword intent. Meanwhile, inside Yi Xian's body, the disaster gate was still shivering in a corner. It was a little sullen. When had it ever suffered this kind of grievance? This was too much of a bully. P.S. Previously, a reader said that when I burst out, I would only add 2 more chapters. I don't accept this. I want to slap his face. Today there are 8 chapters. The one who said that I would only add 2 more chapters, come out, give me all your monthly tickets and I will forgive you. Also, if everyone likes the Invincible Sword Domain manga, you can go to the Manin website and search Invincible Sword Domain. Invincible Sword Domain Manga. Brother Yang has been drawn. You're tuning in to the Han Lee's Wuxia Adventures YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.